Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Miller Center Battle Symposium. I'm Phil Potter. I'm a senior fellow here at the Miller Center. The Battle Symposium on American Diplomacy is named for the late William Battle, who served as ambassador to Australia in the Kennedy administration and had a long and distinguished career in the areas that this symposium is most interested in. He's a double who. He attended the college in 41, UVA Law School in 47, and remarkably served in the same World War II squadron as John F. Kennedy and was integral to rescuing their crew when their PT boat was destroyed. So in the right place, in the right time, but also a distinguished story of public service. We thank Bill's wife, Barry, and their family for generous support to the Miller Center on the important topics that the Battle Symposium has supported over the years. Today's important topic is reimagining nuclear deterrence. I can't think of anything that is more important or more timely given the news in recent days. It's also something, though, that a series of experts have really spent a remarkable amount of time, expertise, and frankly, just blood, sweat, and tears producing important knowledge on, and that's something that we wanted to highlight in this symposium. This has come together in large part because of the contributions of Admiral Chaz Richard, who is at the Miller Center as a Schlesinger Chair these days. He and I thought it very important to bring together both the expertise of a series of experts in this area, as well as the recent commission report. Many members of this commission are present on the panels today, and we wanted to sort of highlight their important work and then also sort of draw the next conclusions. One of the important things that we're looking to establish here are frankly a series of kind of the next questions, right? What are the important things we need to be asking? Where are the areas for academic study? Where are the places that we go in order to move the ball forward on this topic? So with no further ado, let me introduce our panel. I'll just kind of go from left to right here. Mara Rudman is our other Schlesinger Chair, second but certainly not diminished in that we don't rank order them actually here. We find that to be awkward for everyone involved. Mara's government positions have been extensive, and I should say I'm going to massively shorten each of these folks' tremendous contributions, otherwise we'll have no panel. She served as Deputy Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs in the Obama administration and the Clinton administration, an important series of roles in the Middle East as well. Mara, thanks for being here. Next over, we have Lisa Gordon-Hagerty, who is currently CEO of Wolverine Global. She served as Administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration and Undersecretary for Security at the U.S. Department of Energy at the DOE. Lisa, thanks. Next over, we have Frank Miller. Frank is a principal at the Scowcroft Group in Washington, previously served as in the White House as Special Assistant to President George Bush and as Senior Director for Defense Policy and Arms Control in the NSC. Thanks, Frank. And then finally, last but certainly not least, although significant distance away on this panel, I feel, is Rebecca Heinrichs, who's a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute and director of its Keystone Defense Initiative. She's commissioner on the Bipartisan Strategic Posture Commission. Thanks to all of you for being here. So no one came here to listen to me talk, so now I'm going to start asking some questions, and I really encourage sort of, again, kind of crosstalk on the panel. You all are very well known to one another, and I think one of the things we really benefit from is sort of hearing that. And I would also encourage, as questions kind of come to you in this panel and the next, put them on the white cards that you have. Those of you, the many of you who are online, feel free to put those questions into the chat. They will then make their way through a circuitous route to me, and we can put them to these good folks. So the first topic we wanted to talk about is sort of an animating feature of the current deterrence environment, the thing that sort of has everybody thinking in new ways about. I question to some extent the degree to which this is really new, but this is sort of what we call the three-body problem, right? This idea that there are now two adversaries out there where we used to sort of stylize the story and say it was the Soviet Union, it was one. Now it's Russia and China as very different types of threats, but something approaching co-equal threats, right? I know that one of the things that you've thought considerably about is that basic issue. And so I wonder about the extent to which you see these adversaries as something that really change the rules of the game, or do we have a single posture that can kind of encompass both of these things, right? And particularly what I'm honing in on here is these are really different countries, right? They are on incredibly different trajectories. Their leaders are very different people. Their institutions operate in dramatically different fashions. How does one develop kind of a single posture that is encompassing of both of those two threats? And I'll just have sort of each of you kind of go down the line on this one. So Mara, if you would lead us off, that would be fantastic.
Sure. Happy to do it and happy to be here. Thanks for having me, and nice to be reunited with Lisa and with Frank, both of whom I worked with in the Clinton administration. And I say that also just to give folks a sense of how much people who work on national security issues work largely regardless of administration. And that's true even for folks who are political appointees, as well as folks who are in career positions. I think that gets lost in a lot of the noise, certainly in current years. So it's important to emphasize, and I appreciated the chance to work with them and to be here. In terms of the question that you raised, Phil, I would say we are in a different environment. And part of the reason I look at it that way is to consider that China and Russia are not identical, as you say. But I would look at it as they have different strengths and different weaknesses, and they are both very much competitors with us, is the kindest term I think that you might use. And I come at it from, I not served on the Posture Commission, but I am currently serving on the National Defense Strategy Commission, and this obviously plays a role in that. The nuclear deterrent element and integrated deterrence clearly stated in the strategy, but the strategy leads, and this again was true under the prior administration as well as under President Biden, the last two national defense strategies, describing China as a pacing competitor. Russia's described as an acute threat. I think speaking for myself here, but I know that there's consensus among the National Defense Strategy Commissioners, and our report is months out, at least, that Russia really should be described as a chronic threat, chronic and persistent. Acute lets them off too easy, and perhaps lets us off too easy. And so that's the table setting, that we really are in a world, and have been for some time, of the great power threat. And I would say it's also a challenge to look, and this may be a little bit anathema to this discussion this morning, but I hope we get there, that we have to look really broadly when we talk about how we, the United States, protect ourselves and our national security interests from the threats that we face. And in other words, I think there's an entire continuum, frankly, and China is a great example of this, from gray zone conflict and really looking at how they position themselves to their advantage and our detriment on a range of economic issues that really do, the economic security and national security for the United States, I think need to be viewed as a whole, and lines between what perhaps in the past or more traditionally or in scholarship, foreign policy is here, defense is here, foreign policy is here, domestic policy is here. Those lines people should stop thinking in terms of. We should think in terms of the challenges that we face as a country and how we best situate ourselves to address those. And that's also why I think you see, and you see it in the nuclear posture review, you see it in the National Defense Strategy. I see it in what I hear our newest chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General C.Q. Brown, say that allies and partners are critical for helping, for how we in the United States look at our national security. And so with that, I'll wrap up, and I've been talking for a while here. The reason I end on allies and partners is alliances like NATO are absolutely critical for our national security and for what our commitments mean to the other countries who we need to be shoulder to shoulder with. And that is true. So even things like what our nuclear deterrent ability is and how other people hear and rely upon us matters deeply. And knowing our NATO allies, knowing that they can rely on us matters deeply. And all of these things together, working at their best, form the ability for the United States to maintain its position in the world and to be able to most effectively deter what is absolutely a dual threat from China and Russia.
Lisa, please.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you to the Miller Center. Thank you for putting this together. And obviously, Chaz, thank you so much for inviting me. It's great to be with friends and longtime colleagues, George especially. So I'm going to take off from what Mara said because she and I are in violent agreement, usually. But I did want to talk for a minute about extended deterrence and the world we're in. Obviously, I'm hoping that many of you had a chance to read the Commission report, and we did talk about obviously the two adversary threat. But again, I'm going to lead off on what Mara ended with, which is extended deterrence. And it requires us to maintain and strengthen our ability to retain those relationships with our allies and our partners. And those are obviously two very different groups of people. But we need to show we, the United States and our allies, need to show our strong extended deterrence, and because that gives us that foundation for our freedom and security. These are challenging issues these days, especially internally in the United States, because of our infrastructure, because of the things that I'm going to get at a little bit of a tactical level here now, having served in the previous administration, but 35-year plus career in federal government, in and out of government. Perception is often reality. And there are a lot of our partners and our allies that have this perception of the United States, which turns into reality. The state of our industrial base and the nuclear security enterprise, which I can speak about, obviously, warrants continued attention in the United States to assure our alliances that they're strong. When there's a void, obviously, we've seen China, the PRC, and Russia be able to fill those voids. We see the relationship that's ongoing now between Russia and the DPRK. We know of the long-standing relationship between China and DPRK. And what do those relationships mean? They're trying to fill some voids. Our adversaries and those who are obviously currently part of our alliance may feel little or no confidence in the United States about our strategic deterrent. We give them that opportunity by the way we speak about our, obviously our Minuteman III replacement, other things, Sentinel, other programs, when they really focus on what extended deterrence really means. And witness the public perception in the ROC, in the Republic of Korea right now. It's almost overwhelmingly a majority that they think they should become a nuclear weapon state. There are discussions going on about those kinds of things with their leadership. They rely on the United States for that extended deterrence. We look at allies and partners, and we want to do everything we possibly can to ensure that we retain very strong alliances. And while we're obviously strengthening our relationships in the Indo-PACOM region, we're not moving quickly enough. One of the focuses of the Strategic Posture Commission was urgency. We kept banging that drum about urgency. The United States, either perception or reality is that we're not moving quickly enough to modernize our stockpile, modernize our strategic deterrent, and also continuing to build and strengthen those relationships, both with our partners and our allies. So urgency is a priority. It's a challenge. It's what previous administrations, current administration, and future administrations will be challenged with. But we can't just speak about the executive branch, because it's not about the executive branch. One of the other things the commission did, and I don't want to focus on the commission, but those of us that have worked both in the legislative and executive branches know that turning the legislative branch around to be able to deal with these things, whether it's we're 2 palms ahead, Admiral Richard and I were talking about that last evening. We're trying to be able to make those major changes in a quick enough fashion where we can the appropriators can move monies around. It's something for another fulsome discussion, but it's something that needs to be had. I happen to be in the White House on the National Security Council staff when we stood up the Homeland Security Department. At that point, when Secretary Ridge came in, Governor Ridge, then Governor Ridge and Secretary Ridge. Just let me end with this little vignette because it's very telling and it really speaks to the challenges that our legislative branch will have to deal with. And that was that he had 13 subcommittees, appropriation subcommittees, in which he had to testify for all of his budgets. Here we are 20 plus years with the Department of Homeland Security, and we finally in the last 7-10 years been able to extricate the small groups of authorizing subcommittees and committees, and well, sort of. Okay, so we're not there yet. It's not yet successful, but it's clearly something that we have to deal with, and we rely on the legislative branch to do just that. So we do have some leaders. We've had some vestiges of leadership, and I think we've got a new group of people coming in. But it takes a full U.S. government, a whole of government, if you will, and that doesn't just mean the executive branch. It means we have to look across the entire government in order to make these changes so that we can continue to have a robust strategic deterrent which is extended and which shows the freedoms, it maintains the freedoms and security that the United States relies upon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's excellent. Frank, please.
Thanks, and let me again thank you and Chaz for inviting me, and it's a great honor to be up here with friends and colleagues of decades, and so thank you. No one would ever confuse me for being a physicist, so I'm not going to address the three-body problem as such. Let me say that what we are now dealing with is a world which has changed dramatically over the past 15 years. And we now have to face a situation where at some point in the future, unless we're successful, we face a real aggression from either Russia or China or both. And I think this is the big intellectual sea change which has the Commission helped stimulate. But I think as I walk around the Pentagon and talk to people, there's a realization that the possibility of individual aggression or opportunistic aggression or planned combined aggression is quite real. And this is something new to us. We have focused for a long time on a sort of a one war case and a lesser included case, and that's simply not acceptable anymore. The second thing I want to touch on is, you said, Phil, that they're very different countries, Russia and China, which is true. But I think that what still remains pretty central is that we are talking about deterring two men who are brutal autocratic dictators. And I think there is a formula for doing that, which is to threaten them, to hold at risk those assets which they consider most valuable to them in the present day, and indeed after a war, things that they want to survive so that they could remain in power, controlling their country with military forces and war-sustaining industry. And it's to threaten to take all of that away in the worst instance. So I think the principles of deterrence have not changed. The principles of deterrence are sound. What I think we need to focus on is that our capabilities are not up to that dual deterrence challenge. And there's no blame or fault on that. The programs that we have in place now, whether they're at DOE or DOD, or whether they respond to the broader defense industrial base, were essentially set in 2010. When Russia was not a threat, it was some sort of a frenemy, and China wasn't even in the discussion. Well, we do not have the capabilities on a 2010 program to deal with 2024. We do not need massive investments, but we do need to change some things in all of those areas. I think that the military forces, the strategic forces, the NNSA, and the defense industrial base. So I think that's absolutely critical. And contrary to some of the mischaracterizations of the Posture Commission's report doesn't call for massive, heavy investment in the near term on nuclear forces. It talks about 2 conventional programs and investing in the defense industrial base and the NNSA industrial base. So again, that's where the focus is. Finally, I think I'd like to talk about an integrated policy. And since the beginning of the 2000s. We have failed, administration after administration, to have integrated policy, whether that's within the Defense Department or across the notional whole of government. And we admire the problem and we talk about it. We really are very good at admiring it. But if you think about a policy that starts with a consistent approach every day from the State Department, the intelligence community, to influence foreign populations, including those under the thumb of the Xi and Putin, to covert ops, to conventional ops, to nuclear ops, and bringing that all together. We failed to do that. I mean, it's too hard. But unless we deal with it's too hard, we approach things in a piecemeal and uncoordinated way, and that's not going to cut it. The last thing I think, two points. One is about allies. There's no question but that we are vital to allies' defense, whether it's in Europe or the Pacific. There's no question that allies are vital to our defense. And I think one of the areas that the Commission was most concerned about when it began its work, and Senator Kyle is most eloquent on this, is that we needed to reach out to the American public and to our elected representatives to make the point that America has a unique role in the world. And I fear that we really haven't done a very good job on that. The focus has been on what programs we talked about or what the timeline is. But if you look at the debate literally today on the Hill, the appreciation of allies and their role in our defense is lacking. So I hope that perhaps today and through other things that happen here at the Miller Center, an appreciation, broader public appreciation and appreciation among our elected representatives can take place that talks to the need to support our allies for our good as well as for allies' good.
I certainly share that hope. Rebecca, please.
Sure, thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you all, and just want to echo the thanks for being invited to have this discussion. It was a real privilege to be one of the commissioners on the Strategic Posture Commission. I started, my work in government began on Capitol Hill, and I left the Hill about the time that the last Strategic Posture Commission came out, and in which this program of record that they're currently operating under to modernize our current nuclear force really came out. So 2008, 2009 is really when the country decided this is the kind of nuclear modernization program we need. As Frank said, Russia was not viewed as a very serious pressing adversary in the nuclear context. The focus was really on the threat of potential nuclear terrorism. And so that has real implications on the speed at which the nuclear modernization took place, the intellectual capital that was devoted to thinking about deterring Russia, and many other practical implications. And then China, as Frank said, was not really even considered in the picture as a major nuclear power of which the United States must seek to deter. It was really a lesser included case. And so one of the major findings of the Nuclear Posture Commission now was that it can no longer be thought of as a lesser included case, that we must consider both of those countries as we think about deterring them separately and also simultaneously. And really the Commission was concerned about where those two countries were collaborating increasingly in different ways as well. I want to highlight a couple of things just about the report itself, which I think you'll find interesting. We really did have the American people in mind, the average American. How can we write this report so that the average American read it and understand it? And so we began, even before we got into the section on the threat, we backed it up and explained U.S. stakes. And so to Frank's point, there is perhaps a lack of understanding about the important role that allies play in U.S. interests, but even before that, about what is at stake. When we say the U.S.-led order, what do we mean for the average American? So we spell out those things in a little bit greater detail so people can try to get their minds around what we're talking about. Because then whenever you explain that both China and Russia, different countries, but both determined to replace the U.S.-led order. And that has real implications for Americans today and for our grandkids and great-grandkids. And so I've encouraged people, everyday Americans, to get copies. If you want copies of the report, get it. It makes a great book club book to sit around and talk about what the threats are and what's at stake. Because it really does, when you think about deterrence, it's not just about the kinds of capabilities that the country can bring to bear. It also, in order to have credible deterrence that is convincing the adversary that he should not threaten U.S. interests, that he should go down a different path, that he needs to believe that not only do you have the capabilities to put weapons on targets, but that you have the resolve to do it. You're willing to do it. We're not just going to send bombers to scare people. We might actually use those bombers. We're not just going to send a carrier. We're going to use that carrier. And so to do that, you have to have an American people who agree that those things are worth actually defending and projecting power and force to do that. And so you need the American people to understand. So that piece of resolve, the American people have to be behind us. And so that we're absolutely seeing that play out right now, that even if you have a White House that has resolve and a Pentagon that has resolve, if you don't have the American people behind you who understand what this is all about, it's very difficult to convince the adversary in a compelling way that the United States is serious about defending our core interests. So that piece is really important. And then the next point I would just say is that the report made an important conclusion that if the United States does not want to rely more on our nuclear weapons to handle both of these two countries, we are going to have to seriously invest in our conventional forces. The threat of nuclear employment becomes more real when an adversary believes, you think about what are these scenarios in which the really scary idea of a nuclear employment can actually happen. It begins in a conventional non-nuclear conflict over seemingly smaller matters that can escalate in a regional context, in a conventional context, and get to the point where an adversary considers getting closer to that nuclear precipice. So in order to stay away from that nuclear precipice, you have to have robust conventional forces. And so the report makes that point, I think, very compellingly. The other thing is, which Frank said too, we do not need to reinvent the wheel on how we do deterrence. The concept of deterrence has not changed. What's changed is the threat environment to nuclear power. So we're not thinking about, well, maybe we can perhaps deter countries by doing, by targeting things that the adversaries don't value. The worst deterrence is still very, very enduring about how we think about getting into the mind of the adversary and how we might threaten him to steer him away from going down the path of destruction towards the United States or confronting the United States. And so Frank's point on that is really important. And the Commission embraced that we should still maintain a nuclear deterrence strategy that complies with the laws of armed conflict, and that we would only target military targets that the adversaries value, and that we would not intentionally target their people, their societies as such. And that was a really important point, I think. And then the other thing I would just say is we really did try to convey a sense of urgency. So we did not make very specific recommendations on technologies or force posture. In many ways, we left that open to the planners in the Pentagon to think about how we might do that. But we did want to convey a sense of urgency that the country has to think about now. How do we get our supply chains correct? How do we get our industrial base ready and our workforce ready so that decision makers even have those options to make decisions in the next 3 to 5 years if our adversaries continue to go down this path and as China continues to grow its nuclear force, as we assess that they are certainly likely to do over the next several years. And so there is a sense of urgency that those changes do need to make place now. And then especially in the Indo-Pacific theater, we do make an urgent plea that we do need to make some changes there to convince the Chinese not to make an aggressive move against the democratic peoples of Taiwan. And so with that, I could keep going and going, but I will end it there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just real curious because you three are on one commission. I'm on the National Defense Strategy Commission, and Rebecca, very much seized by your emphasis on urgency. So we have real votes right now in terms of urgency in front of our Congress, because certainly the money for Ukraine goes to the defense industrial base goes to our preparation as well as to how Russia views what we're doing. So I'm curious, I know where the National Defense Strategy Commission was and is on that, even though our report isn't out yet, with a lot of conversations ongoing to try to emphasize to folks who right now have the ability to vote on this, the importance of it. So I'm curious on where you all are on that in terms of as a commission, and you talk about the American public. So I totally agree with you on the urgency of getting this message out, including to those who have these votes in front of them. So I'm curious about whether you guys talked about it, whether, you know, it's an issue for you.
I think we could say, speaking for the commission, but projecting a bit, I think there are three tragedies playing right now. The first tragedy is the continued delay of the Congress to address this sends a message to Putin that he can just keep doing what he will, that we're broken, that we cannot coalesce around something that's important. The second tragedy is that the Ukrainians are fighting and dying, and we're not giving them the capabilities that increasingly they need to defend themselves against a brutal aggression. And the third tragedy is that we apparently are having a very hard time, not apparently, we're having a very hard time coming together on the Hill, that the old foreign policy, national security policy consensus on the Hill is shattered. And so I think it would be our view that all of these things need to be solved urgently, and they're not. But did I misspeak?
No, that's exactly right. One of the, 75% of the money in this supplemental goes directly to American workers in the United States, because it invests in the abilities. When I talk about what is the defense industrial base, I'm talking about this country's ability to produce the necessary weapons for a particular conflict at the scale and speed to bring to bear. So there is this misconception that if the United States invests, it is investing in 155 millimeter rounds and we're sending them all to Ukraine, then the United States doesn't have them. Okay, well, it's true if we send them there that we don't have them here, but we're increasing our ability to produce those particular munitions at scale so that we can produce more for ourselves and for our allies, which, by the way, if we help our allies and we want to cover down on this particular problem so that doesn't escalate further, so that the United States doesn't have to get involved directly with a major nuclear power. So there's a misunderstanding about what we're talking about when we say that we are behind and we have a very atrophied defense industrial base. People don't really understand what that means. So Frank is exactly right about what this particular supplemental does. So there's a lot of education that needs to happen on that particular point. And then the other thing that I think is going on is a misunderstanding about the concept of escalation. So and this goes right to what's going on with Ukraine. We're seeing it play out. We want the Ukrainians to escalate to win. I mean, we want the Ukrainians to be able to escalate sufficiently, prudently, in such a way that convinces the Russians that they're not going to prevail. And so you actually have to get our allies with the necessary weapons and particular capabilities that they need in order to carry out a strategy that convinces the Russians to stand down. And I think that there's a misunderstanding right now that if the United States continues to help Ukraine, that help will cause an escalation or a provocation such that the United States will be dragged into it. So there's these two concepts that we're kind of stuck in right now. That's having the effect. And the last point I'll just say is, I actually think that there's still broad bipartisan consensus. It's just that these factions have such a on the far right and the left have such a hold. That is thwarting the consensus that exists between the two major political parties. And so we are at a really tough standstill for now.
So let me pull on this thread, because I'm really struck by the extent to which, in response to a question that was structured around Russia and China, we talked about the United States, right? And as we all know, one of the pathologies of the DC foreign policy blob, as we'll affectionately call it, is that it is actually remarkably consensus-based, right? All of you have had experience in different administrations and are used to cooperating. You tend to violently agree. We tend to violently agree. There is sort of that thing that sort of happens when the work you do is so heavily driven by national interests, right? It clarifies thinking.
Shared facts.
Facts. Okay. I like that. But, and here's the sort of heavy but, we are looking at a world that is increasingly politically polarized, those end poles that you're talking about, even if that middle consensus lies there. And we're looking at a world where we're increasingly getting into sort of exotic bundlings of foreign policy issues around Israel and Ukraine, for example, a very, very different three-body problem in order to maintain our position and what we would like to do and what, I think all of us up here think is the right thing to do. And so I'm curious, maybe Lisa, I'll sort of lead off with you on this, but are we getting to a place where the level of internal polarization we have, and particularly the extent to which parties are sort of siloing under different adversaries, is a component of this three-body problem that we're not really thinking through and probably need to? And feel free to take the question in a different direction, but I think that you're all sort of honing in on something really, really important with regard to the extent to which sort of unanimity in the American mind is the underpinning of kind of all posture and deterrence.
Well, thank you, Phil. So I think I'll take your question directly, but then I'll indirectly, and I think I will pivot off of what my colleagues over here talked about with the commission report. But it is increasingly polarized, and I no longer live in the Beltway. So I have extricated myself successfully, and I'm now a resident of Florida. So in the last couple of years, I've spoken with people, communities, because my neighbors, if you will, that are outside the Washington, D.C. Beltway. And it's really quite interesting not to have even this is still inside the Beltway at UVA when you really think about it, when you look at the people that are here in the cross section. It's still a Washington mindset. But when in Florida, for example, just speaking with people, the American people, I give them more credit and that's not speaking down to them. They recognize that the ideas that we hold dear, the freedoms and the security that we have, they don't listen every day to the talking heads, if you will, but they do formulate opinions. And so I guess I'm looking at this from a different standpoint. The polarization is a bad thing. I completely agree with that. And you're either far right or far left. There's no in between, but I've seen a lot of in between. And I've seen people that recognize this. And it goes to Frank's point, and kind of all over this, but it goes to Frank's point. We really wanted to get, or perhaps Rebecca, we really wanted to get to the American public, not to educate them because they're educated enough. It's to inform them about the challenges that we are facing now and will face in the future, where we've got this polarized world, and then you lay on top of that two nuclear peers, nuclear adversaries, and that they want to take, those two nuclear adversaries want to take our freedoms away from us fundamentally and change our mindsets. And it's only a generation or perhaps two away. And how do you get them to understand that resolve and take that on themselves to say, whether it is the Ukraine issue or the Israel issue, it's broader than that. It's about our fundamental freedoms and what we hold dear, or what, more importantly, what we take for granted and what the American public takes for granted and how that's at risk. And so in that regard, there is some polarization. Florida is obviously a melting pot of left and right, but just to have the conversations with Americans, with other people like us. And so trying to extricate myself from that political sphere in which, 30 years of this, I call myself a recovering bureaucrat for a reason. I'm an American before I'm anything else. And I want our country to remain free and prosperous, but we are 1 or 2 generations away from allowing that to happen. So we need to have that strength, and that nuclear deterrence or that strategic deterrence has to be the foundation of what we are. And to be able to inform the American public why it's so important is really what our commission wanted to do and what I try to do every single day. My husband kind of reminds me that I have to get out of this mindset. Like I said, it's that 10-step program. I think I'm probably at about step 7. But in all seriousness, there is that polarization. We need to extricate ourselves from that. We need to show by example what America really means and the strength of America and the freedoms we hold dear.
So one follow-up, and then Mara wants to get in on this as well. Should we worry that, because Rebecca and the commission in general clearly was on this public education mission, right? And I think that's incredibly important. There is sort of a second step here, because in the end, I'm inclined to think that the folks we are trying to deter, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, are much more steeped in the fragmented political discourse than and so let me go to Rebecca with this. But what I'm asking is, how do we get that to flow up to a place where it actually has a deterrent quality? Is it in terms of consensus around capability? We're going to buy the right stuff, and therefore the capability is there. What does this look like in the view of the commission?
I think that sorry. One of the things I explain when I give my briefing and I talk to people, and because they immediately want to, or I'm talk about Congress, different staffers, different congressmen, immediately want to go into what they're specifically worried about, what they're preferred. They're really worried about Iran, the Iran regime, or they're really worried about Russia, and then they're really worried about the American border. And there's all of these real, truly real, and genuine, pressing security concerns. But one of the things I tell, and a lot of the things happening domestically, one of the things I tell them is all of our domestic problems will be made worse if we do not handle the external problems. So we have real and serious divisions, and we're having very serious arguments as a country over lots of things domestically. And I don't want to sort of disparage that. There's a real important conversations, but I try to convince the Americans that as important as that is, and that's very important, it will all be made worse if we cannot all agree as Americans that the U.S.-led order is worth defending, and that these are the adversaries that are the main drivers behind these shiftings and very dangerous dynamics. And so to your previous question about the different threats that groups tend to coalesce around with the ones they're most concerned about, my dream is to one day live when the United States has a grand strategy that it implements. But where you look at these, the way to do that is you look at the major powers that have the will and determination and the capabilities to carry those out. And so that's China, number one, it's Russia, and then it's the two of them collaborating. And then which other powers how do they fit within those two countries, and what are they doing in their respective regions? And so you look at Iran and North Korea. And that really is an axis, a developing axis where they're increasingly collaborating. So I tell people, if you're really concerned about Iran, you should be really interested in stopping the Iranians from the IRGC from training the Russians on their drones, which they're using against the Ukrainians. If you're really concerned about Russia, you should care that sanctions relief on the Iran regime is enabling the Iranians to fund the Russian war machine. And so you really do have to understand how those major powers are affecting things, and then how the very serious pressing threats that are more regional powers still fit into that larger puzzle. And so that's the work of the commission. I appreciate Lisa's point too. The American people, I think, are still very intuitively right about a lot of this. It's just a matter of how do we make it make sense, because they are the ones who are in charge in this country. So you really do have to convince them of how to think about this all as Americans, despite our differences domestically.
Yeah, I appreciate that keeps coming up as a theme. Mara, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I actually want to pull the threads on what Lisa was talking about in terms of we really have a whole of society challenge and a whole of society opportunity. And so I think it's a matter of, I agree with you, not education, it's conversation, and finding the means to have those conversations. Because where I'd push back on you, Phil, is I actually don't think there's a party divide on support for different countries. I think that is being, why I made the point earlier about shared facts is I think you have you have extremes. I actually don't happen to believe the extremes are equal to each other in terms of the extreme right, extreme left. But I believe that they are small factions of both where the parties are and where the American people writ large are. I think our challenge is that people do not have a shared basis of facts because they draw from very siloed media sources, which also, by the way, getting back to Russia and China, two countries adept at exploiting the very kind of vibrant democracy we have and the various ways that people get their information in ways I think that the United States is far behind. Not that that is a game that we should play, but we have, because of the ways in which we're open, because of the ways in which our media has a great deal of freedom frankly, we have two countries, and they are not alone, also non-state actors and Iran and others know how to exploit that. And so when 1/3 of our young people get the majority of their information from TikTok, and TikTok has massive state control behind it, that is part of our challenge. And so I would not spend a lot of time thinking in terms of a particular party is in a particular place on assistance to a particular country, and more think about how are people getting their information, what are the means we can use to have conversations, and conversations in a variety of fora across the country, so that we can get to some greater shared understanding of what the facts are.
That's a really interesting point. Frank?
Yeah, first, I want to absolutely endorse everything that Mara and Lisa and Rebecca have said. Spot on. Two final additional points. One is, and it really speaks in a way to where we are today, Americans don't really learn history anymore. I mean, no, how many people know that because of the failure of the European system, we were twice drawn into World War I and World War II because we didn't want foreign powers dominating the European landmass or the Pacific for us. And the whole point of deterrence post-World War II is to prevent those situations from developing. So the notion that, oh, the hell with them, let Putin do what he wants, is totally antithetical to our requirements for keeping the world the way it is. Piggybacking off of that and being careful, speaking to the news reports over the last 48 hours about maybe a Russian capability to put nuclear weapons in space, violating yet another treaty. I think it's the 10th treaty that the Russian government under Putin has violated. But let's assume, without speaking to what is true and not true, let's assume that's a capability. If a nuclear weapon or several weapons went off in space, it could destroy the GPS system. I can't find my way to Charlottesville Airport without Google Maps.
We'd get you there.
Your ATMs, your basic computers, the timing mechanisms, everything we depend on in terms of our modern life would be gone. And that's a fundamental threat, as you were saying. We have threats at the border, but that's a threat to everything we do right now, here, today. And the House degenerated into, well, this is some sort of a crazy ploy by Congressman Turner to deal with the FISA Act. I mean, there's a big picture there. There's a fact here that people need to grasp, and anything that we and you can do to help make those facts clear, because facts are immutable. They are not alternative facts, they are facts.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to pull on that just a little bit here. That's the other thing, is this explaining to people that when this notion of categorizing the challenges that are really up close to them versus the ones that are far away, that we can, if we ignore that and just focus inward, just people talking about Americans not learning history, you can hear a lot of the arguments that are the same argument. They don't like to be called neo-isolationists or isolationists, but they are making the same arguments that were made before the Second World War first. And so the one thing I tell them is, because of technology as well, you can't throw up the drawbridge and look inward. You can't. When the United States is completely reliant and dependent on space assets, that we have to care about Russia anti-satellite capabilities, and the Chinese and the North Koreans are really working on those capabilities. The IRGC develops satellite systems they can put in space and counter satellite. And so that option isn't there. We don't have to go abroad looking for dragons. You've got the Russians with cruise missiles that are right there, and that can target. So the other last quick point I'd say is that this how the United States has thought for many years about keeping Americans at home safe is that we want to be able to project power and assist and aid our allies when they are at risk, and to try to keep those conflicts the lowest levels of violence possible and to end them as quickly as possible so they do not grow. And our adversaries have adapted and are learning and thinking about that, and are really developing capabilities that could flip that that what if they could hold the United States at risk in such a way, either at space or directly with our assets on the homeland, that could strike us in such a way that they might think would not enrage us, but would paralyze us with fear, so that we do not then decide to come to the aid of Lithuania or Estonia. Or Poland. And I mean, that might, now I think they would be wrong. I want to be clear. I think that it would enrage us and it wouldn't just frighten us. But I can't take that for granted. And so the other recommendation of the report is that we've got to thicken out our defenses. This notion that vulnerability is going to maintain stability. If it was ever true, it's certainly not true now. And that the United States has remained vulnerable in an effort, in certain ways, in an effort to maintain mutual vulnerability, to try to increase stability. But we've seen our adversaries exploit that vulnerability in such a way that now it would be destabilizing to remain vulnerable. And so that's one of the recommendations of the report too.
No, that's excellent, and I think an important thing to pivot to, right? So you've sort of suggested thickening up defenses as one way to do this, but extended deterrence has kind of come up for multiple folks. Lisa, you brought it up with regard to Korea. They're not the only ones who are getting a little shaky on this topic. And to be perfectly frank about it, you know, we've been putting our partners and allies through the ringer recently in a variety of ways, right? And so I can't say that I think it's totally irrational if they're, you know, self-interested national actors, that they would at least be hedge. Yeah, exactly, right? And, you know, at best, put us on the good foot a little bit so that maybe we do better, and at worst, maybe have to move down that pathway. And so I'm curious, given that this has been a moving target and has even evolved since the commission report, which is sort of a remarkable velocity on this, what should we be doing in concrete terms to sort of bolster our allies' confidence, our extended deterrence? Rebecca put sort of one notion on the table in terms of sort of thickening up our defenses more broadly. I would argue that that would help pretty dramatically. But what else is out there for you that is sort of something that we are not doing that we should be taking seriously? Lisa, not to put you on the spot, but since you brought up the Korea story, maybe I'll start with you.
Well, I think the United States has done a number of things. The AUKUS agreement, I think, is a perfect example of strengthening our alliances, our already strong alliances with the UK and with Australia. But the challenge with that one, and I'll just, again, minor opinion, but when you think about it, the challenges with the AUKUS agreement are building fast attacks, and obviously the whole issues that we have are self-imposing issues like ITAR agreements, things like that, or challenges that we've got. We've got to break through those challenges. Well, I'm not saying abrogate, I'm not saying just make them go away and do what, you know, nuclear security be damned. But those kinds of alliances, bringing in, strengthening the U.S., Korea, Japan relationship, that's outward facing. That shows Xi what he doesn't want to see. But being able to strengthen those kinds of alliances. So again, looking at different alliances, the Baltics is another perfect example if you move to the European theater, so to speak. But those relationships, I mean, they're staring Russia right in the face. I mean, we talked this morning, I think it was Frank that had mentioned when we were speaking before this engagement, that Putin has raised the age to 70.
Draft age.
For draft age to 70, and they're also looking to put 20,000 troops on the front facing Sweden and Finland. So, you know, those kinds of things, when you think about that, what does that mean? What does that mean to us? How do we strengthen the relationships and the alliances for those that are right in the backyard? The final thing I'll say is there's another alliance or partnership that's very important to me, near and dear to my heart, and I look to my colleagues to talk about this perhaps, is India. What do you do with the alliances like India? India is in China's backyard. India and the United States have an incredibly strong relationship. However, they have to live there post-China, you know, taking over Taiwan, if you will. Or what are we going to do to ask them? And we obviously have a lot of relationships with them. What are they going to do? Because they are neighbors to China, and they will be there post if China decides to take back Taiwan, or take Taiwan. So, those kinds of things, we have to look at it. Unfortunately, we have to look at it from a regional standpoint, but then we have to look at it from a strategic standpoint, and how do you connect those dots? So those kinds of things, that's nothing new. That's what we've been doing, but we rely on a robust State Department. We rely on a robust defense alliance, if you will, to do all of those kinds of things. They're all moving parts, nothing new again, but if not now, when? Because that window is closing on all these different areas. And Xi and Putin are exploiting, and those are just the two. All the other ones are exploiting, the lesser included, if you will, that clearly are coming on, whether it's Iran or whether it's DPRK. They're all coming in and they're all learning from this. And we're allowing that, in some cases, we're allowing that to happen, and we need to stop. And in order to do that, we need a strong, robust deterrent in order to do it, because that, at the end of the day, will be on which we will rely.
Much appreciated. So that point you're getting to at the very end there with the DPRK and Iran actually dovetails perfectly with, frankly, the majority of the questions that came in from the audience, which is effectively, what about all the things that we were told we should be worrying about over the last 20 years, right? So how do we factor in Iran? How do we factor in non-state actors? Where does this kind of fit in the overall story for the commission, but just sort of more broadly with regard to posture? Are we able to sort of walk and chew gum at once with regard to these different types of actors? And I know this is something you all have given quite a lot of thought to in different ways, both in the commission and not. Maybe I'll go to Mara and Rebecca on this one.
Sure. Yes, we have to, and the United States is and should be set up to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Though people have often talked about being in the White House is like playing three-dimensional chess all the time. And that doesn't mean it's not easy, but what I would say is all of the DPRK non-state actors, frankly, all that's playing out in the Middle East right now and the tinderbox that is that region, that is not separate from China as a pacing competitor, Russia as a chronic threat. And the one thing I would kind of amend slightly in what Lisa said is I think you start with the strategy and then you go to the regions, just like you start with the strategy and you go to what your functional areas are that you need to look at. So I mean, let's just go back to talking about how we thicken our defenses and what is urgent, right? The funding for the supplemental, and I don't mean to kind of keep coming back to it, but I do, because that is the immediate question in front of us. And it shows where these interrelationships are, right? That and I don't discount how much of our resources are involved in that supplemental, which I think is somewhere in the $100 billion range. But that is relatively inexpensive for what we need to do in various ways for our defense industrial base and for being able to build that out, for the signs to our allies and partners. Yes, it's money in Ukraine. Yes, it's money in Israel, but it also shows others in that region that we are there and we will be there for them at the same time that we're toughening what we do directly. It strengthens our hand in what we're trying to communicate to Iran in various ways in the region about what they fund and don't fund. And it has money for Taiwan, which is very intentional. So that $100 billion supplemental goes to a strategy that is where the United States should be positioned in the world and how and why it's so important. And that is part of why it just boggles my mind that anyone who cares about the national security of the United States would allow that to sit and not actually move it forward. Because it also goes to when you want the executive branch to be able to do more to strengthen defense, to build out our industrial base. They've got to be really careful about what commitments they make publicly if they don't have a Congress that's going to be able to support it in the end. Because again, the beauty and the challenge of our democracy is you've got to get the three branches of government in one way or another aligned to make stuff actually have a hold and be able to implement. And our allies and partners rely on that. Right. So these are all integrated. It takes a clear strategy and then people who are really good at every day waking up to Frank's point earlier and thinking about what they are doing wherever they sit in government. And I would say we need to broaden it to where you sit in industry, where you sit in your communities, to make sure the United States is positioned where and as it needs to be.
Absolutely. Rebecca?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to kind of answer as quickly as I can do both of your questions, the last one and the one right before it about allies, and then walking and chewing gum at the same time. I mean, when the report talks about how important allies are, I mean, this is not sort of just an academic point that we're making that we just prefer to have allies because allies are nice. What we really mean that we have an enormous opportunity to cooperate and collaborate and take advantage of the knowledge, expertise, real estate, the geography that our allies have in order to do our best to weaken our adversaries and deter our adversaries from acting aggressively against our shared interests. I mean, that is a critical point. So I'll give you a couple practical examples. First of all, too, I want to say whenever I talked about thickening defenses, I meant actually active missile defenses. So not just sort of defenses generically, but we really do need to understand the role that active defenses, missile defenses play in the overall strategic deterrence, not just the threat of offensive retaliation, but also confusing the adversary's calculations, increasing his doubt that his offensive attack would be successful, and then also protecting U.S. assets if, in fact, the adversary does decide to strike so that we have the ability to respond with greater protected capability. So that's what I meant on that particular point, which would be a change in the way the United States thinks about our defense policy for missile defense in our homeland in particular. But the other point is, what else can we do for our allies? I mean, the supplemental, it's got a lot of good stuff for AUKUS in there. I mean, the Australians want us to pass it because we're going to increase our submarines. I mean, our ability to produce, I think, 2 submarines. It's $4 billion specifically for infrastructure to produce submarines faster and more immediately. So there's a lot in there. And when I try to explain it, it's not just that it's $60 billion, quote unquote, for Ukraine. A lot of those capabilities can be used in the China context as well. So though the acute and immediate threat is enabling Ukraine to succeed, we also want to backfill and replenish the stocks of our allies in the region who are willing to buy. And we would much rather them have the best weapons in the world, which are made by American workers, and not getting them from other countries that might have conflicting interests with the United States. And then the other thing is, you know, again, getting back to the Australians, or even like the Finns, there's just so many exciting opportunities to collaborate with them, and they're eager to do it, to deter. So I'd love to get some B-21s in Australia. If that's news to the Australians, there you go. But I'd love to park some there, get them in closer to deter our adversaries. I'd love, I mean, access to ports that are in there, some access, so refueling opportunities that the United States is going to need because our allies are closer to where these conflicts might begin. I mean, the Finns are going to be an awesome contribution to NATO, and they're up there, you know. It's a notion that we can sort of separate and stovepipe the China threat and the Russia threat regionally. I mean, the Finns and the Estonians are dealing with a broken undersea pipeline that was broken by, it was a Chinese, Hong Kong, Chinese flagged ship with a Russian flagged ship up there in the Baltic Sea, destroyed an undersea cable between Finland and Estonia. So now so there's a China problem in Europe. And so there's increasing opportunities, I think, for to bring in our allies in ways that they're eager to play a role. And the United States remains a coalescing force for our allies. So anyway, lots of opportunities on AUKUS. I mean, Pillar 2, I got to talk about Pillar 2. Technology sharing. So some of this isn't even big money things that we got to get invested. Some of it's just how can we get out of our own way in terms of being able to share technology with our close allies, UK and Australia, who are very willing to collaborate with the United States.
Fantastic. Frank?
2 points. One, 31 years as a civil servant, I've been taught to stay out of partisan politics. But if we don't start toning down all of the America First isolationist comments that are coming out, we will scare the allies to death. We will set in motion nuclear weapons programs in Korea, Japan, Poland. The last thing the United States needs is to have a proliferation of nuclear powers, even if they are putatively friendly. So very much in our interest to tone this stuff down. It's not going to happen until after the election, but it's a major factor every day. The second thing is what can this administration do now? And being very parochial, I think if the administration, instead of studying it, came out and said, yeah, the Strategic Posture Commission got it right, we're going to be adopting that, as I think parts are already happening. When Mara's commission comes out, the same thing, sort of public endorsements. It's nice to have the Defense Department come out with a defense industrial base, but I haven't seen the White House say, yeah, this is my son, I am well pleased in it, right? You know, and what are we doing? I mean, Bill LaPlante's a dear friend, but why haven't the 5 major defense firms been called to the Pentagon and their you know, major sub-suppliers? And give me a plan in 30 days to what you're going to do. I mean, Washington is famous for coming out with policies that don't get implemented, because implementation is hard work, and that's where we are today. I think we need to focus more on getting things done on an urgent basis, as we've all been talking about.
So we're down to about 8 minutes. I want to ask one more question, go down the row with it. Answer the question if you want, but also feel free to blow me off if there's something that we have not gotten to that we absolutely had to get to. All right, I've moderated enough panels that I recognize the panelists will blow you off if they want to, and so I'm going to claim that I initiate.
Not you.
But the question is this, and it kind of comes partially from one of the audience observations, which is, you know, the audience observation is latest projections have China losing 40% of its population by 2100. Right. And what I want to put out there is that when we look at these two adversaries, the ground is sort of shifting under us in really real time, right? You mentioned that, you know, Russia has increased its conscription age to something that is dangerously akin to male life expectancy, right? And probably if they start drafting 70-year-olds, that number will, you know, you get where I'm headed with this. And so these are not actually countries that are necessarily on the upswing. Describing them even as chronic and pacing may actually be a difficult way to think about that. So I'm curious sort of how we factor that into the decision making. That can make them more dangerous. I'm not saying it makes them easier to deal with, but it may make them different to deal with than we had anticipated when we were sort of in earlier iterations of this problem set. And so I sort of wanted to throw that out there for reactions, but as I said, if there are things that we kind of crucially missed, feel free to pass that to your colleagues and pivot. Mara, I'll just kind of go down the row and close it out.
So I worry about the characterization that way as leading to a passivity that I think would be very dangerous. I think it's important whenever, frankly, in any discussions, any negotiations, with somebody who has a different view than you, and it's no different in working with the country, to figure out how they're seeing you and what they want out of it as much as how you see them. And I think in the United States, we have not been particularly strong in our ability to understand what motivates someone who's across the table, and that our motivations are not theirs. And it's a key part of figuring out what the strategy is. And so I say that to say China's clearly going through economic challenges now, population challenges. China has had like a 20-year run on us in terms of strategic planning. And I come back to the economic side of things. I want to pull one thread on something that may seem esoteric, but it goes to what I had mentioned earlier about the lines blurring, you know, across from economic to foreign policy to defense. China has largely cornered the market in the last 20 years on essential minerals. And I say essential minerals because it's both rare earth, critical minerals, the things we need for semiconductors, the things that we need for batteries for our electric vehicles, and for a amount of our weaponry. And when I say corner the market, it's because not only, I mean, they do a certain amount of mining there, but they have controlled the supply chains and they do a tremendous amount of the processing for what's needed. So the United States, our allies and partners, it goes to the AUKUS agreement, are working to try to make up for that. But it's also a place where we need tremendous urgency. And listen, you know, so in the long run, by 2100, we've got a lot of work to do now for us to get to the place where we can maintain our position and build our position in the world by 2100. And, in the long run, we're all dead. I would like to, in my lifetime, maximize what the United States can and should be doing so that future generations are set up for success. And we have a lot of work to do to get there.
Appreciate that. Lisa?
Let me just put a chapeau, if I may, on what Mara, I got back to my bureaucratic speak here, but what Mara said, and that's really, it's a two-pronged approach. It's the near term and it's the strategic thinking. Anybody who, in my opinion, that thinks we can put together a posture 20 to 30 years from now, I think is sadly mistaken, because we saw it in the last posture commission of 2008, 2009. China was a lesser included case. What we need to do is be able to do that proverbial walk into chew gum. And I think it's in the United States' best interest to be able to put plans in place now, but not only plans, but execute those plans, because we're not good. It's hard to execute. Well, we need to get to it now, and we need to be able to do it in a two-pronged strategy so we can have the foresight to say, population is important. Obviously, what China's going to look like in 2100. In 2009, we didn't know what they were going to look like in 2023. And if we can't be able to foresee and be able to foresee them in 2 or 3 different options and what they might look like, that's just China. We talked about the 2 adversaries. There are a lot more on the horizon. And so we need to think about, be able to strategize about who those future adversaries might be. That was something that we touched upon in the commission, but it really struck home to me that, China was a lesser included case all but 15 years ago, and where we are today. Who's going to be that next up in the box? And we need to do everything we possibly can to work with ourselves. The United States has to work with our allies and our partners, and those that maybe are emerging partners, to think about strengthening them now so they don't turn into that third adversary, that third nuclear adversary, or the lesser included cases. We need to look at them now, and we need to get our arms around them. And so it's a matter of focusing on China and Russia, but it's also looking at those on the horizon that were not necessarily what we consider to be those. And it goes to the critical materials. It goes to the materials that China's obviously got the advantage on that. They're looking to the African continent. They've pretty much scooped up everything, and they've got them in the economic stronghold. But we need to be able to do that. And I really look to UVA, I look to others, these think tanks, the policy people, to think about those. We're not very good at that these days. We need to grow a whole new generation of minds that can look and strengthen our policies so we can be able to take advantage of history. Those who don't read history are doomed to repeat it. As Frank said, we don't teach history. I think it was Frank that said we don't teach history very often anymore, or do it well. We need to learn from history. So, let's look also, we need to be able to walk and chew gum and look at the over the horizon threats that are just starting to pop up now. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Frank.
I'm tempted to say that what happens in 2100 is going to be the problem for my 2 little grandsons, who will be quite old by that point, so not my problem. I think that what you said points to the danger of the next decade in some. When you have 2 people with messianic visions, Putin and Xi, who see that the end of their life is coming, then and given the trends of which you spoke, there is a built-in drive and determination to do things now while they're still alive, while they still have the resources that they possess. And I think that's why the next 10 years are going to be very perilous. I'm particularly worried about Putin and his dream to put back together the USSR. Xi is somewhat more opaque, I guess, in his policies, but his aim is clear. That China is the dominant force in the Far East, that it owns the South China Sea, that it dominates its neighbors, and as Lisa was saying, that through its vast outreach around the world, it has control of the world's critical mineral resources. So I think that both those trends point to the urgency of doing something now to strengthen our allied relationships and to strengthen our defense and deterrent posture.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Yeah, I mean, I would just, to piggyback on that, Mara brought up the point about, or maybe it was Frank, the one notion that Americans have right now of this America first, sort of inward looking, these are not our problems. That's certainly one particular, I think, problem that we need to contend with. On the other side of the spectrum, there's also this and now it's both. It's actually affecting both at this point. But this idea that that the United States is the one that's causing problems, and that we are the ones that are provoking, and that we actually that our adversaries. That there's a failure of understanding. If we could just have more conversations, more dialogue, more diplomacy, that we would get to this understanding. I think that is proven to be a naive idea. That Putin has been very clear about what he's trying to do. He's not made it a mystery. You know, when Tucker Carlson started asking about his aims in Ukraine, he began with Russian history from the 9th century. And I think that we should take that very, very seriously. And it's not just Putin. It's that I tell people, if you try to get rid of Putin, you still have other people there's more Putins after Putin. And so you do have to also appreciate the fact that that there are incompatible national objectives between the United States and Russia, and that Russia does seek to redraw borders based on ethnicity, Russian ethnicity, and historic lands that the Russians believe are rightly theirs, that the United States and the rest of the world does not recognize as theirs. And so that is really important, to understand the adversary as he understands himself, so that the United States does not fall for this mirror imaging, and then we have a collapse of deterrence, because we never really understood what the adversary really wanted. Same applies for Xi Jinping. As Frank said, you know, Americans, I think, are still trying to grapple with the fact that it doesn't make, and we hear this with the current administration sometimes, you know, that the United States and China can continue to rise. Well, that's what we would like to happen. And that's certainly the course that Xi Jinping could have gone down, but he didn't. He made a change, because Marxist-Leninist ideology still plays an enormous role in how Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party thinks about what Chinese interests are. And they reject the notions of a free and open waters for trade and commerce. Totally reject it, never bought into it. But now they have the capability to make good on supplanting the US-led protection of those things that our allies, partners, and even adversaries really benefited from over many years. And so that's the other piece that I would say is just really, really important to get at, is the ideological motivations of our adversaries, to understand them, so that the United States can, and I would just, always open for engagement when it suits U.S. interests. And so that's the other thing with the report, is we say this is not a optimistic outlook for arms control in moving into this new era, because both of our major power adversaries have simply rejected it and actually believe that these things undermine their interests. And so, which is really important to keep in mind.
I think that's a fantastic way to close this conversation. We could obviously go on for another 2 hours here, but the fun will continue. We have another panel this afternoon, or not this afternoon, immediately after this. Please stick with us for that. And then an exciting keynote address from former Vice Chairman General John Hyten to close us out. So do stick with us. But in the meantime, please join me in thanking this fantastic panel. This has been incredible.
I love seeing on panels with you. Well done.
Good morning again. I'm Admiral Retired Chaz Richard, former commander of U.S. Strategic Command, and I have the privilege and honor of leading our second discussion panel this morning. I do want to start off by thanking Dr. Potter in the earlier panel this morning on what I thought was just an absolutely spectacular conversation. In fact, it was so good I'm a little worried we're just going to pick up and keep going on that conversation instead of our topic, which is integrated deterrence. And we'll get to how we came to that discussion here in a second. I would like to echo Dr. Potter's thanks to the Battle family. I think it is a great opportunity for us to honor Ambassador Battle's legacy and distinguished career. And I also want to add our thanks to the Battle family for their generous support, which enables this forum and others like it on some topics that I think are very important. One little administrative note you saw in the earlier panel, there's an opportunity to ask questions, Q&A. Two means, right? If you're watching online, it can be sent in via chat. Here in the room, there's cards on your seats that can be used. And I look forward to, here at the end of this, to bringing those in. And allow me now, on one final point, while I have a chance to talk, I wanted to add my personal endorsement to the work of the Congressional Strategic Posture Commission that you heard referenced several times in the previous session. If you had to pick one document, in my opinion, to read to give you a framing of our strategic challenges in a coherent, logical set of recommendations to address those challenges, that would be the document that I'd ask you to take a look at. A 7-page executive summary that is superb, doesn't take very long to get through. Lots of other things that you could go look at. That's where I would start. So with that, allow me, we have an equally distinguished panel here this morning to discuss integrated deterrence. Immediately to my left is Melanie Sisson, a fellow at the Brookings Institution's Strobe Talbot Center, distinguished in her analysis and work throughout her career. To her left is Dr. Keith Payne, who is the co-founder of the National Institute for Public Policy and a distinguished professor at Missouri State University, author of many books. And then finally on the end is Becca Wasser, a senior fellow and lead of the gaming lab at the Center for New American Security. So we have a very distinguished panel. And just one touch before we get started here on why did we pick integrated deterrence as a topic to talk about. You can think of this morning's conversation, and we remember it was titled The Three-Body Problem. That sets up our challenge. In some ways, that sets up our threat, right, that we need to think through in order to defend the nation and our allies. And so with that as a backdrop of what the challenge is, this panel is going to get into more of what we're going to do about it. I'll borrow from the 2022 National Defense Strategy that says the department will advance our priorities through integrated deterrence, campaigning, and actions that build enduring advantage, right? And of those, integrated deterrence has had a lot of conversation. Integrated deterrence has been discussed a lot. I suspect that integrated deterrence means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And that's actually where I'd like to start this conversation, is to ask each of the panel members, and Melanie, we'll start with you. How would you define integrated deterrence? I'm stopping short of what does it mean to you, but when you hear the term integrated deterrence, what does that encompass, and how is that different from the way perhaps we practiced deterrence in the past?
Thanks very much. Before I answer your question, let me also echo everyone's thanks for, it's a real pleasure to be here at this particular center for this particular symposium in this particular company. So I'm delighted to be a part of it. And I really appreciate that question, because I think it's very often that we skip over definitions and we omit first principle considerations when we start having these conversations, especially about DC policy terms. So my answer is going to sound a little glib, but I don't mean it to be glib. I mean it quite seriously, in fact. I define integrated deterrence as just deterrence. sort of the, undecorated form of deterrence. Conceptually, it is the same thing as it always has been. I think that we're struggling a little bit with this new terminology and trying to figure out what it means and what to do with it, because we had a very nice post-Cold War era where we didn't have to think all that hard about too many different sorts of things. We could focus in ways that were not available to us during other periods, in the immediate post-World War II period, during the Cold War period. We had very sort of tactical and concrete problems to address. And so what I think happened is we began to conflate the idea of military power with deterrence. And to think about deterrence in the form of military capability, and to think that the strength of deterrence varies with the strength of one's military capability. And certainly military power does matter, but deterrence is not a capability, any capability, military or otherwise. Deterrence is a strategy. It's a strategy that seeks to achieve a policy outcome by convincing another actor not to do the thing that we don't want them to do. So another way that I think about it is to say that all forms of deterrence are a form of manipulation. We don't tend to like to use those terms, coercion or manipulation, but it really is. You're trying to affect someone else's choice. And the way that you do that is by accessing the things that they care about and threatening those things in one way or another. And the one way or another is the integrated part. It's to say that we need to think, and the prior panel addressed this, I thought, very meaningfully and deeply about what it is that motivates another actor, an adversary in this context, what it is that they care about, what their interests are. And then we need to find the right way to push on those things, to push the bruises and the sore spots where it might hurt them. Not where we think it should, or logically might conclude that it does, but where we have reasonably good information to know that it will affect their decision calculus. And so it's sort of, instead of thinking, we talked a lot about mirror imaging, I think about it in terms of the golden rule. We're very comfortable saying, do unto others as you would have done unto you. And the converse in the deterrence context would be to say, threaten to do unto others as you would not want done to you. But we actually need to think about it as the platinum rule, which is do unto others as they would have done unto them, right? It's about what they care about, what works for them. Deterrence is the opposite of that, as you have to threaten to do unto them what they would not want to have done. And so we can use economic tools, we can use military tools, we can use diplomacy. That's the integrated part. And we have a history of doing that. But just to say, to me, integrated deterrence is just the effective practice of deterrence, full stop.
Perfect. Keith?
Yeah, thank you. And as with the others, I'd like to say it's an honor to be here, so thank you for the invitation. The official integrated deterrence definition tends to focus on domains and tools of power. It's not really new. It's a new name, but if you look in the past, there have been lots of commentary about integrating tools of power across a broad scope of those tools. The 2001 Nuclear Posture Review proposed the new triad, which was to integrate conventional nuclear infrastructure and intelligence into a whole for deterrence. I'm sorry to say that I don't think much came out of that. It's a footnote in history now, but it was at least an effort to put forth the same goal. In my mind, integrated deterrence is somewhat different from looking at just domains and tools of power. What I think about is the need for planning very broadly. The metaphor that I like to use is a chain link. In other words, all the links have to fit together to perform the function that needs to be functioned. Also, like my old boss Herman Kahn's definition or metaphor, building deterrence is like building a building. It's an architecture, and every floor has to fit on top of the other, and the whole has to provide the function that needs to be provided by that structure. And so, in my mind, it's that all piece parts for deterrence, and there are hundreds of piece parts for deterrence. All those piece parts need to fit together consistently, which means, in effect, trying to remove, to the extent that we can, the inconsistencies and the contradictions in the way we go about deterrence. I would say that begins with understanding the threat and placing the priority of deterrence in the light of that threat. Those two very basic points will then determine the hundreds of other behaviors that are involved in carrying out deterrence by design as opposed to deterrence by luck, including the tools for deterrence and their use as threats or employment if necessary. So what's the goal? The goal for integrated deterrence? It hasn't changed in principle, but it's changed in application over the last, I'd say, 15 years. We, the United States, now has to deter multiple nuclear powers simultaneously in multiple theaters simultaneously. That is a heavy goal to have to try and to meet, a heavy burden to bear. And as Frank said there earlier in the earlier panel, there are numerous contradictions and inconsistencies in how we go about doing deterrence that together can undermine our ability to serve the goals that deterrence is supposed to serve. And I'll give just a couple of examples. The threat that we face needs to define the tools that we brandish to serve the goals for our deterrence policy. So threat, tools, goals, they have to be integrated. And if you think about the difference in the threat, go back to the 2009 Strategic Posture Commission report. I was on that commission, and our report was sort of a legacy of what was thought at the time, and that was we were going to be in a new world order. There was going to be amity among the great powers as we all moved into this new world order. There was no expectation or no anticipation of the kind of threat context that now is, I think, presented very well in the 2023 Strategic Posture Commission report. So that the threat perception and the reality of the threat has changed dramatically. And yet the force structure, and I'll speak just on the nuclear side, the force structure hasn't changed since roughly 2009 in what the United States is pursuing. Now that may be okay, but at least it needs to be reconsidered, because a force structure that was deemed appropriate for deterrence in 2009 probably isn't the force structure that needs to be available in 2024, 25, 26, and so on. Why? Because the threat's changed. The load that deterrence has to bear has changed. The force structure needs to be consistent with that. So integrated deterrence, in my mind, starts with making sure that there's a consistency from threat to goals to the tools that are put together by the United States to brandish for the purposes for deterrence. There are a lot of other examples of inconsistencies and contradictions that would need to be ameliorated if we were to actually have integrated deterrence, and we can talk about some of those later, but that's my view of how integrated deterrence needs to be put together in a way, to use the metaphor, like a chain link that all matches, or an architecture that serves the function.
Well, I had an idea of all these great, brilliant things that I was going to say, and then I find myself in wild agreement with my panelists. So now I'm put in the position where I have to riff and tap dance pretty hard to try and say something different. I definitely agree with Melanie, the idea of integrated deterrence. What makes it different from deterrence? Not much. But I think we do need to go back to some of those first principles of what is integrated deterrence. So as the DoD defines it, it is trying to work across domains, across theaters, across the spectrum of conflict, using all instruments of national power while working alongside allies and partners. I speak DoD. I speak the US Department of Defense, and even I don't understand what that means. So I think we need to acknowledge that the concept is somewhat problematic. The concept is somewhat murky. We're all having these slightly different interpretations. We heard that on the last panel. I think we might hear that a little bit more here. The concept needs to be refined. And so in my personal opinion, when I think about what does integrated deterrence mean to me, I want to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. So the bad here is that it's word salad. It is too murky and lacks understanding to be useful, particularly for some of the allies and partners that we very much want to work with. I also think that it is potentially too big. it's trying perhaps to do too much. If you look at integrated deterrence, embedded within it are 3 different deterrence logics, right? Deterrence by denial, which we've all been a little bit more familiar with. Deterrence by punishment, or as the 2022 National Defense Strategy calls it, deterrence by collective cost imposition, which is another example of putting lipstick on a term that already worked. And then there's also deterrence by resilience, which is a sort of brand new concept, but is really just the idea that you need to be able to fight through and withstand attacks and sort of live to ride another day, if you will. And so within that, do we have all 3? In integrated deterrence? Is one more important than the other? Are these supposed to be keyed for different tools of national power toward different adversaries? The concept itself just begets a number of questions. But I don't want to, completely poo-poo the concept. I actually think there is a lot of goodness in it. And to me, I think the goodness comes in 2 key places. The first is integration, and the second is allies and partners. So on integration, I think here we need to recognize the point that you made, Keith. It's about planning. And if you are going to be doing planning to the best of your possible ability, you need to plan not only for what you're going to do, not only for what your would-be competitors are going to do, but also what the people you want to be supporting you and helping you are going to do. And I think here it's that integration of the US Department of Defense with other parts of the US government and interagency that is so critical. We would love to think of the blob as always working together. They don't. The amount of conversations that are had sometimes around these issues are quite small. So trying to use this concept as a forcing function to create that greater integration within the US government is a good thing. We can go and talk a little bit more about implementation a bit later, so I won't go too much into that. The other area is allies and partners. And I actually think that is where we've seen the greatest level of success, is aligning the United States with allies and partners. Because we've seen a lot of different dynamics at play, particularly as we move into this more multipolar world with 2 nuclear near peers. We see this idea of some of our traditional allies and partners not necessarily being, firmly in the US orbit, or thinking that they perhaps maybe need to go it alone. And so we have this weird dynamic where you have our allies and partners trying to do more with the United States while also acknowledging that they need independent capabilities. And integrated deterrence and that integration with allies and partners has allowed the United States to say, okay, we can work in these unilateral groupings like AUKUS. Here are the different capabilities that you could bring to bear. Here's what we could bring to bear, and here's how we could actually work together in support of a common goal, which is collective deterrence and having that credibility and resolve that is so important for the basic building blocks of deterrence. And I think the integration piece is also acknowledging something that our competitors have that the United States struggles with. They can actually have sort of that one whole of government or whole of society approach. China isn't thinking in terms of departments. Everything is in support of a common goal. So it's trying to align the United States with that level of thinking and not being stymied by some of our own roadblocks there. And so because I am me, and I can't only sort of end on the positive here, I wear all black all the time for a reason. Let's go with, even though those are good, let's go back to the bad. Back to the bad means right now, integrated deterrence has promise, but we have not fulfilled that promise, in part because we have struggled in implementation. Integrated deterrence remains at its heart a US Department of Defense concept. Even though it got a one-page call out in the national security strategy that was put forward by the White House, it is just a DoD concept. It has not been latched onto by other parts of the US government and interagency. And so that means we aren't actually integrated and we aren't talking to each other to do that collective planning in the way that we should. I think there's also significant roadblocks to how we work with allies and partners, even in the most basic area of information sharing. We can point to a number of examples where we've been able to overcome that, but that is almost only in a crisis rather than in advance in peacetime competition. And then lastly, I will say, another reason why I think integrated deterrence has not been implemented is because the US Department of Defense often will conflate deterrence with compellence. Deterrence, you are trying to stop someone from doing something. Compellence, you are trying to stop them from doing something that they are already doing. And so we are muddling how we do crisis response with actual deterrence. And so when everything becomes everything, it becomes a little less useful. So that's my very negative end to my opening comments. I look forward to continuing to be a negative Nancy throughout the rest of the panel.
Well, one, that was very rich. I actually could pick up 5 or 6 things, right? And we will get to a number of points that y'all made along the way here. But to start on that, right, I kind of want to go back to, Mel, that's a pretty compelling idea of, before we get into these broader conversations, there's a couple of first principles things that we probably ought to talk about a little bit to see if we can get some clarity on it. I'll give you one from being U.S. Strategic Command's commander, right? I firmly believe that when you think through implementation of an integrated deterrence concept, that is no one commander's responsibility. It requires every single one of your combatant commands just to drop it into a segment I have some experience with. And interestingly, as STRATCOM's commander, if you will, our contribution to this concept actually crystallized pretty nicely in terms of our job was to deter nuclear attack, nuclear use, to deter non-nuclear strategic attack, and then make a contribution to deterrence of great power war more generally, right? But that's not all I think we intend to deter with integrated deterrence. So my question, Melanie, I'll start with you, and then others if you want to add to this, is what exactly do we intend to deter with integrated deterrence? And more importantly, are there limits to it, right? Are there certain behaviors? I mean, I think the textbook answer is we're deterring aggression, right? Well, are there distinctions in types of aggression where this is not a very good way to go about achieving our national aim? We have to think about some other mechanism. So what are we trying to deter, and/or are there limits to what you can accomplish with this?
So both really important things to be thinking about. The answer to the first question is it really depends. Because these are discrete strategies defined and designed to respond to particular kinds of threats in particular places at particular times. So there's not going to be a grand unified strategy of integrated deterrence. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation for a concept like this. You just described very nicely what the role in deterrence of our strategic nuclear weapons are, right? And in a couple of different discrete sort of places and purposes. We have all kinds of things that we want to deter. We have aggression in particular regions. We have aggression against US citizens. We have property interests. We have, diplomatic endeavors that we would prefer not be assaulted in some way, shape, or form, even if not militarily. So we deter all the time. We're trying to coerce all the time. We have all kinds of interests as a global power. The particulars of it is that they need to be responsive to the threat at the moment. And we have a long history of doing this, actually. I'm going to tell you that we have been doing integrated deterrence for a long time. We just didn't know it. We just didn't call it that. In the post-Cold War era, there were over 100 instances in which we deployed part of the US military to try to deter or to compel another actor to do or not to do something. And we did that at times in conjunction with things like economic sanctions, and we did that in conjunction with diplomacy. And we would do those things together, dare I say, in an integrated fashion, right? But they were discrete and identifiable moments where we were trying to apply a particular strategy. So we need to think about integrated deterrence no differently from that today. And it can be, as you said, from these big, large problems like deterring aggression, but it's also going to be very much these discrete instances where something in the immediacy is required. So I'll stop there and eager to hear what my co-panelists have to say.
Sure. If you think about what the United States wants to deter, we usually focus on conventional forces and nuclear attack and so on, just as Melanie described. It goes back to Herman Kahn's escalation ladder. But when you actually go back and look at what the United States has attempted to deter, and I like to use the word manipulate to show how broadly it's presented. Sometimes we've been quite successful and sometimes we've been unsuccessful. But to think about deterrence, you need to go to levels where the United States has made declarations and the deterrent has either functioned well or it's failed. So for example, we want to deter arms control violations. The United States would like to deter arms control violations. It's largely failed in that regard vis-a-vis the Russian Federation. We'd also like to deter the use of chemical weapons. I think there's been some success there. There's also been some failure there. We also, as a U.S. government writ large, try and engage in deterring domestic behaviors in opponents. We get involved in their domestic behaviors. So, for example, how many years have we told North Korea that their nuclear weapons are unacceptable? I mean, it goes back at least 20 years. We've told from the highest levels of the U.S. government, North Korean nuclear weapons are unacceptable. I'll leave it to you to whether we failed or succeeded in that deterrent effort. Another one, for example, is reportedly, President Biden warned Putin in 2021 that if Alexei Navalny, the opponent of Putin politically, were to die in jail, it would be catastrophic for Russia. Apparently yesterday he died in jail, or it was reported that he died in jail. And so where I'm going with this is the United States actually has an enormous spectrum of deterrence goals. It's talked that way. The United States has been used to thinking when it talks, an opponent is going to behave. And so one of the problems that we're moving into in this current era is that from involving ourselves in their domestic politics all the way to the potential for limited nuclear use in regions, the way we've thought about deterrence and the confidence we've had in deterrence may need to be reconsidered because the world has now changed so much in terms of the threat context, as again exemplified by the difference between the 2009 Strategic Posture Commission and the 2023 Strategic Posture Commission.
So Keith, I'd like to keep going here for a second, and again, starting to unpack this. And back, if you have some, we can get back to anything you want to add on this. And it gets into the components of integrated deterrence, right? Many of you talked about, bringing fundamentally all elements of national power to bear to influence your opponent's decision calculus, right? How would you place strategic deterrence, that concept, relative to integrated deterrence? Is strategic deterrence a component and one of the pieces of integrated deterrence? Is it a separate thing? Can integrated deterrence somehow lessen the need for strategic deterrence if you compose it that way? How do you relate those two terms to each other?
Strategic deterrence provides, in a sense, the foundation for many other parts of our deterrent to work. What I mean by that is that for the United States to be able to deter, let's say, limited regional nuclear attack, opponents need to understand that escalating to nuclear use would be catastrophic for them. It's the strategic deterrent at this point that helps make that consequence vivid to opponents so that they don't escalate at the regional level. And so what we're looking forward to having, and to some extent I think we've been successful, and that is integrating conventional goals or the use of conventional tools with the overarching cover that the strategic nuclear forces provide to prevent escalation at the conventional level. And so you really can't separate any serious regional crisis, particularly with Russia or China, from the nuclear cover that the strategic nuclear forces provide. We'd like to separate them, but the conditions don't allow that.
So if I can just jump in to try and marry those two questions together. So here, I think when we are talking about integrated deterrence, in my perspective, it's an umbrella term for all things deterrence. And so underneath that are different tools, including nuclear weapons. So that's where strategic deterrence comes in. And I think the reasoning for having this umbrella terminology is twofold. One is internal to the USG, and the other is messaging to our competitors and would-be adversaries. So to our competitors, I think it is signaling that integration of tools, saying we will respond in a tailored way using different tools. How will those, what tools will they be? How will they be weighted? You don't quite know. So it's adding a little bit of uncertainty into your adversary's perspective for what they can suggest. But when we are talking about nuclear weapons, I do think that it is very important that integrated deterrence, to me, speaks to some level of conventional nuclear integration. And I think that that is very important when we start thinking again about those three deterrence logics laid out in the National Defense Strategy, because quite often we tend to think about our nuclear deterrent being the backstop for deterrence by punishment. And so thinking a little bit more about that integration of conventional tools and how they fit in with some of our nuclear deterrence efforts, incredibly important, and also, once again, speaks more to how some of our competitors approach the issue, where there is greater conventional nuclear integration than the United States has had in the past. I think this idea of integrated deterrence as an umbrella concept, again, is within the USG trying to reorganize and trying to think through the different tools. And here, I think we have to consider, again, which tools are going to be used and how are they going to be weighted? And this is an area that we don't actually have a lot of understanding around, in part because tailored deterrence is tailored. It depends on the context, it depends on the adversary, it depends on the time, and so on and so forth. But which tools are going to be in the lead? I think quite often we have reached for the military tools to be in the lead when it comes down to deterrence. Integrated deterrence, I think, as an umbrella concept, is trying to say, you know what, it might not be a military tool that's in the lead here. It could be that we lead with economics. However, I think there is a little bit of a problem with that, particularly as it has been applied by the US government. And here that comes down to the different timelines for some of the tools in the US government's toolkit. I think quite often the USG has decided to apply both military and economic tools for crisis response, so in response to crises. So we almost follow this very similar playbook, and I think we can see this with Ukraine, where various individuals are sanctioned as well as state-owned assets. We prop up allies with military aid and sometimes reinforce our own military posture. And those are the ways that we tend to respond. But sanctions employed at the point of crisis are not effective because sanctions take months, if not years, to actually have an effect. And so there's this mismatch in timing of how some of those tools are being applied to have the effect that I think the smart folks at the White House really want them to have. So these are things that we need to think through if this idea of integrated deterrence is going to continue forward, or at least this emphasis on trying to deter not only with military tools. We need to start thinking through some of the sequencing of them, as well as some of that advanced planning that we hit on earlier in the panel, to try and think about how we can come up with these almost plans, these modular plans that can be used and tailored, but also allow us to have time for some of those tools to take effect, because right now, that's not really how it's working.
So Becca, I wanted to keep going and pick up on something you said in your opening statement, where you talked about the role in some respects of allies and partners inside of integrated deterrence. And I thought you covered that very, very well. Let me reverse that a little bit. If you go back to this morning's panel, we had a discussion on extended deterrence and assurance, right? And that the changed threat environment that we're in is putting stress on at least some of our allies to reconsider the credibility of our extended deterrence and assurance guarantees. How does integrated deterrence fit in with that mission? Does this approach concept give us benefit, right, that will help us in these? Or is that a completely separate thing that we have to handle with sort of a different logic and a different stack of capabilities?
Again, I think because everything's under this umbrella concept, it's part of it. But I could see how US allies and partners around the world could read into the integrated deterrence concept and say, oh, does this mean that there is no nuclear backstop for extended deterrence? Does this mean that you are going to try and come to my aid using economic sanctions and export controls? Because that's probably not going to cut it. So I can imagine how some adversaries almost could interpret integrated deterrence in a negative way. However, I think as initially intended, it is saying, okay, everything that we're doing, it's this and more. It is this backstopped by a nuclear deterrent that allows us to maintain our extended deterrence commitments to our treaty allies around the globe. And I think that that is incredibly important. But I do think that we are seeing this other interesting thing emerge, and I alluded to it in my opening remarks, where there is both a doubling down on the United States at the same time that there is a shift away from just relying on the United States and its extended deterrence commitments. I think if we look at the Indo-Pacific, that is abundantly clear. We have moved away from this traditional hub and spoke regional security architecture where you have the United States in the middle working with each of these Asian allies in a bilateral basis. Now what you have is some of these countries are shifting from being passive security consumers to being active security producers. And more than just that, they are actually not only doing that for themselves, they are starting to work together. So from my perspective, when I'm looking at the robustness of US alliances and partnerships around the globe, the fact that we have Australia and Japan now working together, and Japan and the Philippines having these agreements, these exchange of force agreements, to me that is saying, okay, yes, there is more of a push toward independent capability, in part maybe because there is a questioning of US deterrence commitments, but at the same time, there is a recognition that there needs to be a greater contribution from allies and partners to sustain deterrence in various regions.
Thanks. I'd like to jump in just because I think there's been a lot of really important bits and pieces in the conversation so far. I want to pick up in particular, Becca brought up Ukraine, and I'm going to respond a little bit to this question of extended deterrence first. And what I would say about that is we should all be very clear that the United States military remains the world's preeminent, most capable military fighting force the globe has ever seen. That is still fundamentally true. So when we talk about extended deterrence with allies and partners right now, we're not talking about a military capability problem, we're talking about a political problem. And I think it's important to keep that clarity about that particular question. I wanted to return to the Ukraine example because I think it's actually a good illustration both of what integrated deterrence can look like and the limits. You had asked a bit earlier about what limits we might have around it. The Ukraine example, I think, gets a lot of heat and light because it didn't work. And I put that in quotation marks because I think there's not been yet adequate sort of study of the process, the planning process leading up to it, what the discrete objectives of the administration were, how they were tied to the strategy and the means that were employed. But what I see when I look back at the buildup to the Ukraine war, we saw diplomatic tools being levied, we saw certainly economic tools, and we did see military movements into and through amongst our allies, our NATO allies in Europe. And so you see all those pieces moving together. And if the response to that is to say, great, it didn't work, whether because sanctions take too long to kick in or otherwise, that in fact is an inherent limitation of deterrence efforts from the start. There's always a non-zero probability that deterrence will fail, and we have to go into that with understanding that that's a fact and that we don't know in any given moment how high or low that non-zero probability is. we can make our best estimates, but it turns out decision makers are fallible human beings. It turns out they get incomplete and imperfect information. So we don't operate from any kind of certainty about the likelihood or probability of failure of deterrence. And that's never, ever going to change. But what we do need to do as we assess these strategies is to determine where those ends and means aligned. So was the effort fundamentally and only to deter an invasion of Ukraine? Was it fundamentally and in addition to deter any further encroachment on NATO? Where were those things sort of oriented in the strategy? And so I actually look at the Ukraine events, as tragic as they have ended up being, not as an example of failure, but as an example of a movement in the direction of getting better at applying integrated deterrence.
Let me try and address a couple of questions that you posed, Admiral. Let me start out with the relationship between deterrence and assurance, because they're two sides of the same coin. To the extent that the United States can credibly deter opponents, including the opponents of our allies, allies are more assured. To the extent that the United States cannot do that, allies are less assured. And so what we've seen here over the last a decade or so are some movements that I can only say suggest unsettled allies. What I mean by that is the constant discussion within South Korea wanting either a return of U.S. nuclear weapons to the peninsula or independent nuclear weapons. Now, that comports with at least some skepticism with regard to the credibility of the U.S. extended deterrent. You've seen the same discussion, although not as explicit, in Japan. And amazingly, we're actually now seeing in the last 18 months a discussion in Germany about the development or the need for an independent German nuclear deterrent or a Euro deterrent. Follow that debate very closely, and you see many articles coming out of the German press now and from responsible publications where the discussion is exactly that. I mean, if we're at a point where allies, including the discussion in Germany about independent nuclear weapons, I mean, again, that reflects a lack of confidence in the credibility of the U.S. extended deterrent. And that's something that I think a truly integrated deterrent can help address. To the extent that we are able to tailor the U.S. deterrent because we understand what opponents fear, if you will, and so the sanctions and that the United States needs to brandish, to the extent that we understand that and have the panoply of forces integrated so that we can have that force structure or those sanctions or whatever it is that we decide is going to be appropriate to deterring this opponent at this time, we're going to be conveying credible deterrent with greater confidence in our allies, which is enormously important. It's the glue that holds the alliances together. But let me add a couple of points to that. There are limits to what deterrence can do. You raised that question earlier. And so we tend to want to believe that deterrence can do everything all the time. But what we learn historically is that there are limits to what deterrence is able to accomplish. And those limits come from multiple directions, but one of them is if we are competent in brandishing the deterrent tool in a way that speaks to the opponent credibly and the opponent declines to do what it is we've asked that opponent not to do. The other is, and it's related to that, is when opponents are so dedicated to a goal, they're so dedicated to a goal that not achieving that goal is intolerable for them. What they're doing is comparing intolerables. The United States wants to present them with an intolerable threat if they do X, but they may decide it's intolerable if we don't do X. And what you see back historically, and I've looked at historical cases of deterrence failing and succeeding over 2,000 years. It's our laboratory to understand deterrence. And what you see more often than not is when deterrence has failed, it's because the state, city-state, or state, depending on the historical epoch, has decided that not moving in this direction is intolerable. And therefore, whatever it is that the deterrer wants the other to do is not going to function. And so why is that important? It's important for us to understand if we have a foe that has a goal that is intolerable if they don't accomplish that goal. Why? Because then we should have a deterrent and make it as effective as we can, but understand we better have plan B, because deterrent won't cover those kind of contingencies. Let me give you an example, since we're at the University of Virginia. In Virginia, if you look at the Civil War, Jefferson Davis said, we are going to either achieve independence or we will be annihilated. Very difficult to try and deter an opponent with that mindset. Abraham Lincoln said, we're going to maintain the Union no matter what. Hard to deter it would be hard to deter Abraham Lincoln from carrying that out. So what we have to understand when we think about tailoring deterrence is the mindset of the opponent, as folks have described here, but whether that mindset has enough pragmatism in it that there's room for deterrence to work. My question for us and for the country writ large is there enough pragmatism in Putin? Is there enough pragmatism in Xi with regard to their goals in Ukraine and Taiwan respectively for deterrence to have that margin to work? I hope very much that's true. If it's not true, we really need to know that. And then one last point, and Emma, you brought up the discussion with this idea, is that remember our goal now is to deter multiple parties simultaneously in multiple theaters simultaneously. That's a heroic task, but that's our deterrent task. What that means is that our regional sinks and Stratcom and Northcom have to work hand in glove. It has to be integrated. The planning has to be integrated. I mean, we can't think that there's a crisis in Indochina, and if it goes nuclear, it's over to Stratcom. I mean, it has to be planned from the beginning. And interestingly enough, it has to be planned across the regional sinks. That is, again, a very tall order. And I'll leave it to others here who probably know better than I the degree to which that planning is taking place. But it's very difficult, and it's not within sort of the historical mode of behavior for the United States, which has divided the world up into sinks. North Command is responsible for North America, Stratcom is responsible for nuclear weapons, and the commanders of the regional commands are responsible for their regional commands. The New World says that all has to be planned together, and that's difficult. I believe that's difficult.
So if y'all allow me, Keith, I wanted to pick up on several things that you just said. By the way, Miller Center and UVA said I could do this only if I just asked the questions, right? I wasn't allowed to answer. I'm about to break that rule. But our experience at Stratcom was the most overlooked aspect of deterrence is failing to adequately consider the opponent's cost of restraint, that you hadn't factored that piece in terms of is status quo intolerable and how that's going to affect the decision calculus. I kind of want to pick up on two more points here. And so I'll ask the question and then inside of it really highlight planning. We've talked several times about the need for integrated planning. Keith, you just gave an example of cross-combatant commands. You could extrapolate that to an interagency type of planning piece. And the Commission commented specifically on that separate from their comment about integrated deterrence. But on integrated deterrence, what the Commission did note is that the U.S. must develop and effectively implement a truly integrated whole of government strategy. It points to DOD's integrated deterrence concept as a promising step down that direction, but then goes on to say that it sees little evidence of actual implementation, right? And I think you could double underline, particularly in planning, right? And so my question, and Becca, perhaps you could lead us off here. Why is that, right? I mean, this is something that it could not have gotten a higher DOD endorsement of a direction we have to go do. It had a long pedigree of people recognizing we need to go there, yet we still struggle. So what causes that?
Okay, so back to the fundamental point that if anyone is going to take anything away from my comments, this is it. Integrated deterrence is a DoD concept only. It is not a whole of government concept. It has not been adopted even by the White House, which in theory would be the driver or the central repository for making implementation happen across the interagency. So that is the fundamental reason, to me at least, as to why we've seen some faltering in implementation. But let me point to a few other things and why we're even seeing within DoD there's a misalignment sometimes, and there isn't that integrated planning. So within DoD, it is protection of parochial interests, and this has been a age-old problem that I am not going to solve because people smarter than me have tried in the past and failed. But it's based on the structure of the US Department of Defense. You know, you alluded to the regional commands and different commands thinking about things, you know, that's how it's been created under, you know, Goldwater Nichols and the UCP. You know, short of major reform to Goldwater Nichols, that's probably not going to change. Same thing with the way that the services interact with, you know, big DoD. Again, you have to protect your interests because you have to protect your resources, and resources are finite, they are scarce, and there has become this culture of needing to just put your arms around everything that you possibly can. And so that furthers this lack of integration. Although, if you're smart, you'll put the words integrated deterrence on your slide that you're presenting to a senior leader as part of the reason why you need more resources. But within the interagency, I think there's also been a lack of integrated planning because a lot of the other parts of the US government don't have long-term planning structures or processes in the same way that the US Department of Defense does. So I'm doing a little bit of work with my colleague, Emily Kilcrease, who's the former deputy US trade representative and had a whole long career at the Department of Commerce and knows more about economics, probably would forget more about economics than I will ever learn in my entire life. And we've been trying to think about different integrated planning frameworks. And part of the problem here is that places like the Department of Commerce and Department of Treasury, they just aren't resourced in the same way that the Department of Defense is. Same thing with the Department of State. They also don't have these planning frameworks in the same way that the DoD has. DoD has war plans. There's a planning process for that. Commerce does not have a similar structure. I would even argue that state doesn't even have a similar structure. So we need to essentially start creating some of that basic frameworks and that basic muscle memory throughout the USG. So at least, even if we're not going to be doing truly integrated planning, if everyone ends up coming to the table and having a conversation, say at the National Security Council, at least everyone is talking about similar timelines, they're talking about similar tools, they're talking about things in the same way that we can at least get to something that is a half form of integrated planning. So all of this to say is right now, the integration piece of integrated deterrence is honestly more rhetoric than reality. But I think if we make some smart choices and some smart investments, largely in our people and in our departments that are not just the DoD, we can actually start making some headway toward reality.
Melanie, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I do. Thanks. I guess I'm just not as concerned about it as it sounds like you and Becca are. I mean, I think when I consider how we approach our foreign policy today, and by that I include our diplomatic arm, our economic activities, and certainly our military posture and day-to-day operations. You know, we, until somewhat recently, generally had livable equilibria, right? There was sort of a modus vivendi in many places around the world, and that had to do with the way that we were managing our foreign policy coherently in those regions. That's shifted somewhat recently, and that's important because we know that that equilibrium is broken when we have crises emerge, right? That's how we know that something in how we've established our policy in a particular place around deterrence, for example, or to deter particular kinds of behaviors and activities isn't operating the way that we would like it to. And it's those moments where I really would like to see us move to have a more concrete, pre-planned interagency kind of process. You know, ideally this would be the NSC, something's popped in the real world, something's happened, the NSC exercises its power to convene, pulls the relevant participants from relevant agencies, and they all come to this problem together in a sort of unified way. I think that happens some. Ukraine, again, is a good example of where that did happen. I think we need to think about it more seriously for other such crises, lesser crises even. I don't know that we have the sort of routinized policies and procedures that get the right people into the right rooms at the right time. And so that's where I'd really like to see more of the work done. On a day-to-day basis, you know, again, I think we can achieve an equilibrium, but we, I think, need to get a little bit more practiced and procedural about how we address those immediate instances when they emerge.
Yeah, and I appreciate Melanie's point because the United States has been overall quite successful in deterring at important levels. I mean, we don't know the extent to which we deterred the Soviet Union so that it ended with a continuation of a Cold War into something else, but at least there was not a hot war. Right? So at least deterrence didn't fail. We were that good that deterrence didn't fail. We were that successful. My concern currently is driven much more by the threat circumstances that we now find ourselves in. I mean, if the threat circumstances were much different, let's say immediately, similar to immediately after the Cold War, when we believed amity and cooperation would prevail, I'd be much less concerned about the nature of our deterrent and how well it's integrated. But in the threat circumstances that we now confront, which I think are unprecedented, absolutely unprecedented and very dangerous, then my concern for how well we integrate deterrence and how well we go about deterrence is correspondingly heightened as well. And when we talk about what allows integration or inhibits integration, let me just suggest that in some ways the structure of our government and the way we've behaved in the past, our history, works against integration. I mean, as Becca said, just the fact that DOD is in charge of integrated deterrence, when DOD has an important portion of it, but there's lots of other deterrence functions that are spread around much of the rest of the U.S. government. But so what you would see if deterrence were going to be integrated would be it coming out of the White House, probably led by the National Security Council, so that at least all of the executive branch could come together for integration. But even think what that would leave out. That would leave out Congress. And Congress has an enormous role in deterrence, even in policy, but also obviously in providing the forces, the funding for the forces. And so the way that the founders divided the government up for the very purpose of having competing centers of power within the government, puts some limits on how integrated deterrence can be in the United States. And that was by forethought. So we have to figure out how to deter in the absence of that kind of full integration. I have some reasonable confidence we can do that, but it's going to require a recognition of the threat and the burdens that places on both our conventional forces and our nuclear forces for deterrence.
If I could just quickly, I think I want to raise a little bit of a note of caution about over-endowing the fact that integrated deterrence appeared in a DoD document with sort of too much significance. I don't think the intent there was that DoD was going to own or run integrated deterrence. I actually thought it was a really healthy signal coming from the department to say, you know, I know that we've been lead agency a lot. I know that we've got a lot of resources and even more capability. And yet we are now in a world where we all need to think beyond the military instrument for each problem and pursuit. And so just to say, I think because it bubbled up through a DoD strategy document, I didn't take it as an intent to sort of hold the bag on running all of integrated deterrence. I took it much more as a popping up of the head and waving of the hand to say, hey, we all need to start operating a little bit differently, and DoD is definitely on board for that.
I think you're entirely right. And I think it was, at least as initially envisioned within the Department of Defense, part of a need to right-size the department, to say that they cannot do everything and that there are missions that are better suited for other agencies. What I would have liked to have seen is that to have been also embraced and adopted by the White House so that it actually did become an interagency concept and trickled through. I don't think DoD actually wants to own integrated deterrence. I think initially it was really trying to offload parts to other parts of the interagency. But because it was not embraced, this is sort of where we are now, and it has made it falter in its own implementation as well.
You know, and I agree with both Melanie and Becca's points.
Smart man.
Diplomatic. The point is, as long as integrated deterrence stays within DoD, and DoD may not have meant for it to stay within DoD, the aspiration may have meant for it to be broadened, but as long as integrated deterrence stays within the confines of DoD, we will not have an integrated deterrent in the sense that we've talked about earlier, where it's an all-of-government combined approach to deterrence.
Hey, so what I'd like to do is we have some of the questions that came in from both chat and inside the room. Spend a few minutes on that, and then we're going to finish up here in about 10 minutes and maybe close with a couple of closing comments from each of you. I'll save a little time for that. I'll do y'all a favor, I'll do this one. The question is, if integrated deterrence is now only in DoD, how does it compare to the old PSYOP, right? The PSYOP, many of you may know, is the old single integrated operational plan. And how I would answer that question is the PSYOP is exactly what it says it is. It's a plan, right? There are equivalent plans today that fit underneath how a particular combatant command, in that case, Strategic Air Command, was going to execute its responsibilities underneath a broader deterrence concept. And so in the same way that PSYOP fit into the overall policy and strategy of the day, we have equivalent plans, at least inside the Department of Defense, that would execute responsibilities for integrated deterrence. Now here's an interesting one, more broadly speaking, because we have talked about modes of deterrence, right? You can deter by cost imposition, you can deter by denial. We did add that term, deterrence by resilience, right, which I had a little trouble understanding the difference between that and deterrence by denial, but that is what our current policies say. This question is, in our current arsenal of defense, do we need carrots in addition to sticks, right? And so all the ones I just listed don't have any incentive to try to change behavior on the part of your opponent. They are all attempting to influence it by various negative means. And so, Mel, you have any thoughts in terms of, are we missing an opportunity in integration to add incentives into the way we think about this?
So I think that the question actually gets us into a different category. It moves us a little bit away from deterrence to the larger bin of what I term coercion, which again is another idea that feels a little uncomfortable to us because it has a lot of negative connotations. But deterrence is a form of coercion. Compellence is a form of coercion. Inducement, attraction, these are all forms of coercion, which is to say they're meant to persuade or convince or manipulate another actor into behaving a particular way. And so when you think about coercion in that sense, then absolutely inducement, attraction are useful strategic approaches to achieving our policy objectives.
Hey, so with that, we only have a few minutes left. Perhaps now's a good time to sort of give you each an opportunity to wrap up sort of what we talked about here today. Any kind of final points? Maybe I'll reverse the order on this and start with you.
Becca Wasser finally gets to go first at something based on my last name. All right. So I'm going to echo comments that were made on the first panel and that I know Mara Rudman made, which was talking a little bit more about, we keep on saying a whole of government approach. I think it actually, if we're looking at levels of integration in the future, it actually is this whole of society approach. When we look at all of the tools that are available to us and the way that everything is becoming increasingly interconnected in this world, when we are looking at that and looking at how, frankly, our competitors also have that level of integration within their governments and within their societies who are contributing to their broader efforts, we need that as well. And so if we're looking at what the future of integrated deterrence is, I think we need to broaden it out so that it's not just whole of government, it is whole of society. But that also raises questions around this idea of planning. Because how is it that you incentivize your society to contribute? How can you plan with your society? I mean, that's a pretty tall order. But again, thinking about that more broadly also allows us to think a little bit more about the types of tools that we would want to use, when we would use them, the different combinations, how those should be weighted, who should be in the lead. These are all questions that I think are incredibly important and things that we need to start doing in advance. I think, too often we come up with these broad integrated plans in response to a crisis. We are at a critical juncture. And, both my fellow panelists and the previous panel have talked about how we're at a situation, a broad strategic environment that is unlike any other that we've ever faced. If that is true, how is it that we can actually start doing some of the planning so we have the correct tools in place that allow us to do tailored deterrence in the best way possible, rather than just relying on trying to do more of these gut check responses? We have an opportunity here at this point in time, right, in peacetime competition, for lack of a better phrase, to start putting those building blocks in place. And we need to take that. So that's sort of my bid for urgency, and why that urgency needs to not just be within the US Department of Defense, within the US government, but across the nation as a whole.
I think there are a couple of things I'd like to just end up on, and that is the need for a consensus, domestic consensus, and then a consensus that extends to the allies as to what the nature of the threat is, how urgent the U.S. needs to respond. That you see two very different presentations of the characterization of the threat here within the last 18 months. The Strategic Posture Commission report, which was discussed at length earlier this morning, uses the word urgent or urgency 40 times. And it usually has to do, in fact, it consistently has to do with the United States needs to move now. And it lays out a number of measures that the United States needs to take with regard to strengthening deterrence. The 2022 Nuclear Posture Review uses the word urgent or urgency 3 times. And 2 of those times it's in reference to moving forward on arms control. So you have just 2 very different conceptions running there with regard to what the nature of the threat is that the United States has either looming out there or not looming out there, depending on your interpretation. And so the important point I mentioned, and it goes back to the first chain, the link in the chain of deterrence, or the foundation floor, is understanding what the threat is and what the priorities are of our deterrence goals, because that will then determine much else of what happens, including the tools that are put together for carrying out those priorities. I think there is some good news. We've had we've discussed some of the challenges with regard to deterrence and the things that still need to be, in a sense, reconciled. But I think there have been some important points here recently. The first panel this morning, I think, hit on those a good bit. For example, most of these are external oriented. For example, the AUKUS essentially agreement, which covers more than submarines, I think is a great step forward, integrating U.S. and allied views among those allies. Here recently, the U.S. and South Korea and Japan have agreed to information sharing. It may sound like a small thing. It's not a small thing. It's an important step forward. The introduction of Finland and prospectively Sweden into NATO are enormously important for restoring the credibility of deterrence writ large for the West. I think those are some positive steps that have happened under this administration and advanced the ball, so to speak. The unsettling issues are really structural, and that is, how do the Allies read the U.S. credibility? How they read credibility, the adequacy of the credibility of the U.S. deterrent, hinges on two different parallel happenings, so to speak. One is the nature of the threat they face. If they feel no threat, or relatively modest threat, then their worries about extended deterrence are much less. When they see a new threat arising on the horizon, which both our allies in Asia see very clearly, and many of our allies in Europe now see more clearly, all of a sudden the questions about extended deterrence are raised to the top of the discussion level. So that's why now you see discussions that, as I mentioned earlier, we haven't seen for very long, much more intensely than before, of the possibility of independent, separate nuclear capabilities. Why? Because rising threat and also developments within the United States, statements by some political leaders that look like they're willing to separate the United States from NATO, I think are very unfortunate for the credibility of our allies and ultimately for the potential for proliferation from allies who previously felt very satisfied with extended deterrence. So we see these two parallel developments that become these structural problems. That is, what's going on domestically, how do the allies read that, and the threats that they face, how do they read those? And both of those developments are moving in a direction that is leading at least some allies to have serious skepticism about the credibility of the U.S. extended deterrent. So integrating deterrence means we have to understand that. We have to, in a sense, come to consensus on the threat so that we can, every link in the chain or every floor in the structure, if you will, correspond to what needs to be done in the threat context that we face.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to do that most dangerous of things, which is to think out loud in public. And it's been really a good discussion. I appreciate it. And I'll just offer two last thoughts. The first is that as we think about deterrence moving into the future, I really want to encourage us not to think in terms of caricatures of our adversaries. I don't want us to overpaint either Putin or Xi. I think we actually really need to work hard to have strategic empathy, to really try to learn what the motivations and values are. And if we find that there are some areas and places where they are not deterrable, where they don't have that root of pragmatism, then we need to figure out what we're going to do about that. But we shouldn't presume that, and we shouldn't make other presumptions in the absence of empirical evidence and research prior. And then finally, just to say that it's really valuable that these and other conversations like it are happening, that we're returning to thinking deeply and seriously about deterrence, what strategies of deterrence are, what they require, what tools we can bring to bear, because we are, I think, looking at a future where being able to do these sorts of activities effectively and as safely as possible is going to matter very much, whether it's in the Red Sea or in the heart of Europe or in the Indo-Pacific. So all of us getting better about how we think about these problems, how we work on them, is going to be really important.
Well, with that, let me thank all three of you, right, for what I think was just a fabulous conversation. Melanie, I think you advanced the ball right down the lines that you closed us out on, right, advancing our ability to think, what our policies need to be, decisions we have to make, and you gave us a pretty good work list of research we probably need to go do, right? So thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. So it's my privilege to introduce the keynote speaker for the final event in this year's Battle Symposium, our former Vice Chairman, General John Hyten, right? So frankly, General Hyten doesn't really need much of an introduction. Like I said, he's the former Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, second senior ranking military officer in our military, which means there is no topic related to U.S. military that General Hyten's not familiar with and has had to provide leadership on that we may have to face. Now, y'all know him as the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I know him as my boss, right? He was, when he was my predecessor as Commander of U.S. Strategic Command, I was his Deputy Commander. I can tell you he's a 1 in 100-year officer. We are happy to have him here today. Long, distinguished career, very varied. You will not find a better expert in strategic deterrence. You will not find a better expert in space, and I could just keep going down the list. There are very few officers of General Hyten's stature who have run a program before inside the Department of Defense. And I would take it all the way, Harvard graduate, and I probably can't get up here without mentioning that. But I would take it all the way back to, believe it or not, General Hyten and I grew up about 15 miles apart, 1 year apart in North Alabama. And so that's where it all started. And so I'm happy to introduce him. He is going to give us some remarks for a period of time. We will have an opportunity, thank you, sir, for allowing it, to take questions and answers. Dr. Potter and I will be moderating that same format as before, chat or with the cards on your seats. But with that, I think join me in anxiously awaiting what General Hyten has to tell us. General, sir.
Thanks, Chad. Yeah. So good morning. Still good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Chaz, for the introduction. It was very kind. You know, as I really enjoyed this morning. I really did. And thanks to the University of Virginia for putting it on. It's a beautiful building, a beautiful place. And I think it's really important that the university systems in America, especially great universities like Virginia, start taking on the critical topics of today. And one of the most important topics we have is our strategic posture and our strategic deterrent. So thanks very much for taking the time. As I looked at as I listened to the first panel this morning, my remarks that I had prepared had planned to start with the Strategic Posture Commission in 2022. Listening to the first panel this morning, I decided to back it up to July of 2021. And then leaving the second panel, I decided to back it up to April of 2021. So just bear with me for a minute because I think you're going to find it interesting. So during 2020, 2021, I'm the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. A very busy time in our country, a very turbulent time in our country. I can tell you that when I took the job of the Vice Chairman, the things I ended up doing, chairing the COVID task force, dealing with Afghanistan, all the things that I thought I would do is not really what I ended up doing. So it's the most demanding, most busy, crazy job I've ever had and ever will have in my life. So that's just kind of the context. But I came from Strategic Command, and before that I was at Space Command. So I've spent pretty much my entire adult life thinking about strategic topics, strategic deterrence. How to deter our adversaries, studying our adversaries to make sure I understood our adversaries. That's where I've spent. And when I was hired as Vice Chairman, that's where I thought I'd spend my time. So let's go back to April of 2021. April the 14th of 2021, President Biden makes the decision and announces it to the world that the United States will end our longest war and leave Afghanistan. And he gave us the date of September the 11th of 2021. So from that day forward, we're now planning and then executing the withdrawal of our forces from Afghanistan. And that is a very, very difficult, time-consuming job. And now you're focused on tactical things in Afghanistan, trying to figure out how to work those kind of pieces. And then the new Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, heads to the Pacific to do a change of command with two friends of mine, Admiral Phil Davidson giving up command to Admiral Lung Aquilino of the Indo-Pacific Command. And he stands up to give his speech, and he does address Afghanistan, and he does address a number of things. But in that speech, he coins the term integrated deterrence. And so I'm back in the Pentagon, I'm listening to his speech, watch that speech, oh my God, the Secretary of Defense has actually said the word deterrence in a speech. This is amazing. And I get all excited, and I call Greg Weaver and Austin Long and the strategic guys and the Joint Staff right away. Get down to my office, like right now. We're going to put together a thought piece for the Secretary. So as soon as he gets back, I can sit down and I can talk to him about our views of integrated deterrence and what it really means. And so, sure enough, he flies back from the Pacific. The next week, we have a small group meeting, which is the Secretary, the Deputy, the Chairman, and me, and we get together every week just to talk about what's on our mind. It comes to me, guess what's on my mind? Deterrence. Mr. Secretary, oh my gosh, I was so excited hearing in your speech last week in Hawaii when you talked about the concept of integrated deterrence. And so I start going down this brilliant, brilliant thesis that we had come up with of what integrated deterrence was. And I'm like 2 minutes in, and he goes, John. And as soon as he said that, I knew I was in trouble, because he always calls me Vice or General. Never calls me my first name. And so he goes, John, stop. Yes, sir? You're making this way too complicated. It's just deterrence. And I go, yeah, what? I said, it's just deterrence. The ability to impose costs, the ability to deny benefit, the ability to communicate it to the adversary, it's just deterrence. But it's always got to be integrated, and we're not integrated anything in this government right now, so I used integrated on the front of it. It's that simple. Don't overcomplicate it. So now we just had a 90-minute panel about integrated deterrence. The Department of Defense has written treatises on integrated deterrence. My recommendation to the students listening, the students here in the room, go back and read Schelling and Kahn. If you want to understand integrated deterrence, go back and read Schelling and Kahn. And I think Keith's still here. He's a Kahn fan. I'm more of a Schelling fan. But read on thermonuclear war, read Arms and Influence, read them both. I quote Arms and Influence more just because that's the way my main mind works. But those fundamental documents, written first in the 60s, updated over the years, Thomas Schelling lived well into this century, and he defined the functions of deterrence better than anybody I've ever seen. All the different elements, and you can understand it. And not enough people study and read that today. So go back and read those fundamental documents. And the Secretary of all Defense, sitting there and me, and I'm all excited, puts me back in my seat and reminds me, deterrence is about the basics. It's about the ability to impose costs on an adversary and they can't do anything about it. The ability to deny benefit to that adversary so their objectives are not achieved. And then most importantly, the ability to communicate it credibly to the adversary. That has to come from the whole of government, not just from the Department of Defense. And that's the thing we do worst in this country right now. So I just share that story to kind of set the stage. It's all about deterrence, and deterrence has to be integrated to be effective, and it has to be integrated across the whole of the government. It's that simple. And how integrated deterrence, Becca, has come into the trap of it's a defense concept. I'm sure that the Secretary's not real happy with that. He's probably not happy with me telling that story either. So now let's fast forward to July of 2021. July 2021, think back to what's going on. Early part of July, I forget the exact date, but early part of July, we make the fundamental decision in Afghanistan that ends our experience in Afghanistan because we decide to leave Bagram. The most strategic element, more strategic than Kabul, more strategic than Kandahar, we decide to leave Bagram and turn it over to the Afghan forces. From that moment on, we were out of Afghanistan, basically. The last troops really came out on the 1st of August, leaving a small cadre in the embassy, but we were completely gone. So that's a crazy, crazy month. July 27th, we're going through all this stuff day to day, still doing COVID, still doing all these kind of issues. Phone rings, and it's the DDO, the Deputy Director of Ops, in the National Military Command Center. And when things happen in the world, they call the chairman and the vice chairman. And they called to notify me of a launch. that had just happened in China. That's a little abnormal because most times my notifications for launches, because they happen all the time, just come on an email and I get to them at the end of the day and see what launched. Was an ICBM space launch, who knows what it is. But they called me because the rules for the DDO, the general that's down there, or the admiral that's down there, is anything out of the ordinary, call. And this was out of the ordinary because the launch out of the western part of China went backwards. And that's what the DDO told me. Now, the DDO is not a missile guy, not a rocket guy. So he said it went backwards. That's why he called. What is backwards? So if you're on the Earth's surface and you're trying to launch something into space, you always launch to the east. Why? Because the Earth spins that way. And that means you get the added velocity of the rotation of the Earth as an additional throw to launch an object into space. So you always launch to the east. This went to the west. He didn't understand it, so he picked up the phone and rightly called me. And I'm confused now. And I said, so what is it? I have no idea. What's the intel community say? I asked, I got no idea. All right, well, call me when you know something else. And then you go back to the day-to-day grind and everything's moving on. And about 2 days later, I get the report of what the Chinese had just launched. And to me, it was the most significant launch that had happened during my adult life. Okay, now Sputnik bigger, Apollo bigger, lots of bigger launches have happened, but this was so dramatic. And as an adult, I hadn't experienced something like that. I had to dig into it a little further. And when I dug into it further, I found it was so important that I went run into the chairman, run to the secretary, say, we need to tell our country and we need to tell the world about this. It's critically important that we tell the world about this. So I retired. My ceremony was November the 19th. Really, one of the last things I got accomplished was approval to release that information to the public. And I did it on CBS on November the 16th. 3 days before I retired. It took me 3 months to get the fact of and what it was released to the world. And then CBS was interested because this had been bouncing around a little bit. People had heard the rumors, heard the ideas. Certain leaks had happened that said something significant had happened. And so David Martin, who I'd had a relationship dating all the way back to 60 Minutes a long time ago, said, I really want you to come on TV tonight. We'll give you the featured piece. We'll give it 2 minutes, and you can tell the American people exactly what it was. Deal. So I get on television. I sit down and David, he says, big things happen. There's a big intro, and all these kind of things are going on. And I said, yep. This summer, the Chinese launched a long-range ballistic missile, a long-range rocket from the western part of China that launched to the west, went most of the way around the world, then dropped off a hypersonic glide vehicle. The hypersonic glide vehicle then dropped to low altitude and flew all the way back to the target in China and impacted the target in China. He said, how accurate was it? I said, it was close enough. He said, how many times have they tested that? And I said, they've tested that in excess of 200 times. And he goes, how many times have we tested it? And I said, 9. And oh, by the way, none of ours have worked. They've done over 200, and they just demonstrated what was a fractional orbital bombardment system that dropped a hypersonic glide vehicle that could come and attack a target, and nobody can see it coming. The United States can't see it coming. We don't see it coming. It's an unwarned attack. And so we continue to talk about it a little bit. He asked some questions. I know those questions made the security and policy guys that were watching very nervous, but I knew David would ask those questions and I would give the basic answers. And when it was over, he goes, God, that was unbelievable. That's going to create a ruckus in this country like nobody's seen before. And like 3 days later, it had disappeared from the news. That China had developed, well, the Strategic Posture Commission comes out next. And so we dug out, and we're very careful with our security and policy. I'll just put what we put in the report. This is out of the Posture Commission report. On July 27, 2021, the People's Republic of China conducted a test of an ICBM range hypersonic glide vehicle that traveled 40,000 kilometers. The test likely demonstrated China's technical ability to field a fractional orbital bombardment system that, if fielded, could be intended for a decapitation strike and therefore be highly destabilizing. That's the unclassified version of what's there. And nobody cared. Why did China develop such a weapon? Why did China test such a weapon? It's not because they're worried about the Uyghurs in the West. It's not because they're worried about India and China, because they don't need a 40,000 kilometer weapon in order to do that. That is a first strike weapon against the United States of America. It's the only purpose for it. There is no other purpose. Now, I would like to think they're doing that to get our attention and deter us, which means we have a deterrent problem with them. And we have to think about how do we respond to those kind of things. So 3 days later, it's out of the news. 3 days later is my retirement ceremony. After 40 plus years, I'm finally done. My wife is thrilled beyond belief. We stay in uniform long enough for me to retire. One of my heroes, Tom Moorman, where I got to give the eulogy at his ceremony at Arlington. And then I took the uniform off for the last time. We got in the car, we drove to Colorado, and my wife and I are going to disappear. So the first thing we do is go to Hawaii for a few weeks, then we go to Australia for, oh gosh, well over a month. We literally have disappeared from the world because we're just tired, The Joint Staff gave me this watch and a ring to track all my vital signs and everything during my time as the Vice Chairman. The month of August of 2021, I got 58 hours of sleep the entire month. How do you even function like that? And oh, by the way, General Milley got less than me because that was the Afghanistan withdrawal, and it was difficult. So we disappear, and the best part about it is I'm sleeping. Oh, man, am I sleeping. The first night I sleep 9 hours, I wake up and go, wow, that feels pretty good. Next night I sleep 8 hours. Holy cow, this sleep thing, I thought it was overrated. It is not overrated. This is great. And then we disappear to Australia, and I sleep 8 hours a night, and then I take a nap in the afternoon. Holy cow, life is good again. I'm drinking beer, I'm putting on weight, life is good. And we're sitting in a bar in the middle of nowhere on the Great Ocean Road, and my wife's phone rang because I made it so my phone wouldn't ring because I didn't want to talk to anybody. But we had my wife's phone working in case somebody would get hold of us. And I told anybody that I was going to work with in the future, listen, don't call me for 4 months. If you call me in the next 4 months, I'll never talk to you again. And the phone rings, and I look, and my wife holds it up and says, do you want to take it? Because it's a 202 area code. And I'm going, that's not good. And so I answered the phone, and it was Senator Reid and Senator Inhofe calling, and they knew that they were crossing the line, and so they apologized right away, and they said, apologize to Laura right now, I know she's there. So I apologized to my wife, Laura, and they said, look, we have to have names on who's going to be on the Strategic Posture Commission next week. And we want you to be on the commission, but we don't feel like it's fair to put your name in the congressional record unless you're going to agree to actually serve on the commission. And if those two people ask me, I'm pretty much going to do it because we went through difficult times together, and they're both amazing Americans, great senators, and trying to do the right thing for the country. And they told me what they wanted, and I talked to them about them. And the one thing I said, if we do a Strategic Posture Commission, it's not a nuclear posture. It is a strategic posture, and that's what we're going to talk about. And they said, if you're on the commission, you can talk about however you want to take it through. So we talked about who the other people were going to be. Madeleine Creedon ended up being the chair. Senator John Kyle became the vice chair. Many of the people in the room were in this room, amazing people. So Chaz said, go read this document. Actually, you know the most important thing about this document? This, the cover. America's Strategic Posture. and the 12 names that are here. These 12 names, I'm going to read them out to you. Madeline Creedon, John Kyle, Marshall Billingsley, Gloria Duffy, Rose Gottmiller, Lisa Gordon-Hagerty, Rebecca Heinrichs, John Heighton, Robert Scher, Matthew Kronig, Frank Miller, Leonore Tamero. Many of you in this room know those people. From a political standpoint, I don't know how you find a more diverse group of people in the world. Far left, far right, middle, all over the map. And why it's so important is that every word in this document was agreed to by all 12 people. All 12 people. From all spectrums. And you know how we got to fundamental agreement? Starting in July of 2022, which is where I was going to start my remarks, we spent 3 months, basically, after everybody got a clearance, inside a vault, going through the intelligence. And once you've spent 3 months going through the detailed intelligence of what China is doing, what Russia is doing, what Iran is doing, what North Korea is doing, what the rest of the world is doing, and you understand all those pieces, your eyes are wide open. And once your eyes are wide open, the one thing that we all knew, really from the fall of 2022 until we published a year later, was that the one thing we have to do is something. In other words, you can't just sit there and do what we've been doing because it's failing. That's why you see urgency 40-some times in the document. That's why it comes. And oh, by the way, I was on every nuclear posture review dating back to 2009, 2010. And you know the difference between the Strategic Posture Commission and every nuclear posture review? When you show up at the nuclear posture review, you're basically already, the first day you start debating what your nuclear posture is. The first day you start writing draft of what the nuclear posture is going to be. What we did is we spent 3 days going through the detailed intelligence so you understand what it was. And then, even if you don't want to read the details, read the executive summary so you understand what we're saying, but then read the threat that's in this document. Because we actually, to get to write an unclassified document that describes the threat to the United States is unbelievably difficult. And I think one of the most remarkable things we did was write it down in unclassified terms. I just read the little tidbit about China's 40,000 kilometer missile test. But all the stuff that we could get to unclassified, which means we had to take the classified stuff that we learned, go look for unclassified sources, find the unclassified sources, put it in, make sure that we got to there. So you can read the threat and you can understand the threat. And then you can make your own judgment about what we should do. But the one thing I would challenge you, after you read through the threat and the imperative that we put right up front, is to come to the conclusion that what we need to do is just what we've been doing. That'd be fine. No. You may disagree with some of the things we came up with, but we have to do things. So what we came up with was a deterrent structure. And I always get a kick out of watching people, assess and write about what we wrote. Because I can tell you, Lisa's laughing back there, but I mean, we spent 5 minutes one time talking about will versus would. W-I-L-L or W-O-U-L-D. 5 minutes talking about which is the correct word in that document. So we bled over this document, right? So we know that's everything in it. And then you write, people read it and they say, well, it's all about just expanding our nuclear capabilities. Where did you get that? This is about our strategic deterrent. Oh, by the way, we didn't say spend any dollars on new nuclear weapons this year. No, there's actually no recommendation in there about building new nuclear weapons this year. There's no recommendation about new nuclear platforms this year. The recommendation right there is the first and most important thing we need to do on the nuclear side is finish what we're doing and do it right. And oh, by the way, that's going to be extremely challenging because our defense industrial base is in horrible condition. You want to know how horrible it is? I will tell you the story that this just blows me away. Again, history is so insightful if you just take a little time to study it. So 1958, think back to 1958. I wasn't quite there. Some of you in this room were there. Eisenhower's president. Cold War is going. Late 50s, I mean, just think about U-2, spy satellite, all the things that are coming along. U-2 is an amazing story in itself, right? Beginning to end, like 11 months. But the bomber is now going to have a problem because of the air defenses that the Soviet Union has built. So President Eisenhower looks at General Bernard Schriever, who will build the first spy satellite and orbit it, by the way. And he says, I need you to build a long-range missile that within 30 minutes can target anything in the entire Soviet Union, and I need you to deploy it as fast as humanly possible. So that's 1958 in a White House Oval Office meeting. 6 years later, 1964, 6 years later, 1964, there are 800 three-stage solid rocket ICBMs, the Minuteman I, deployed across the middle of America, embedded in hardened cement and iron shelters with fully integrated command and control, linked with 5,000 miles of copper cable under the ground in the middle of America, that can range any target in the Soviet Union accurately and deliver a nuclear weapon. 6 years. Total cost to the government, $2 billion. In current year dollars, that'd be about $18, $19 billion. 2 years. 2009, President Obama gave a speech in Prague. And if you've never listened to that speech, you should go listen to it, because it's the most beautiful nuclear zero speech I think ever put forward and ever given. And he described a future without nuclear weapons. And he thought that the world would follow him. And Russia and China decided to go a different direction. He thought it was so logical, and he put such a powerful statement forward, he thought the world would follow him. So that same president, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, also had to make the decision that we're going to have to modernize our entire nuclear force now, because Russia and China are going in a different direction, because his first job as commander-in-chief and to keep us all safe. And he has to do that. And he's the president who hired me to be U.S. Strategic Command. But in that modernization program that started in the early 2010s was the ground-based strategic deterrent, now called Sentinel. Sentinel was projected a 10-year development program, which was way too long, but it was going to cost on the nature of $20 billion for 400 three-stage solid rocket ICBMs to go into the existing infrastructure. That program now will finally deliver in 2031, maybe. Total cost just went over $100 billion for 400 three-stage solid rocket ICBMs. In 1958, we did 800 for $2 billion, when there was no such thing as solid rocket fuel. There was no such thing as an inertial navigation system you could put on top of a missile that would guide it halfway around the world. There was no such thing as an engine that would actually power the first stage, second stage, or third stage. They had to invent all of those things. They invented all those things, deliver the capability for an order of magnitude less than we did, in an order of magnitude time less than we did in the 1950s, when they had slide rules and no computers. So, one of our biggest concerns on the Posture Commission, and we talk about it, was we need to be urgent, but do we actually have the ability to go fast? So it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg, but we have to go fast, period. And that means we have to invest in our scientists and technologists and engineers and physicists. We have to give them the resources they need in order to do that. And oh, by the way, it's just not Northrop Grumman's fault that this program is going to take 25 years to deliver. It's not Northrop Grumman's fault. Well, partially Northrop Grumman's fault, but it's the Congress's fault, because they don't pass a budget on time. And so you can't actually start anything new for years until after the schedule said it should. All that, you're still paying the Martian Army as we go forward. It's the Pentagon's tab, because we only, budget 2 years in advance. So you can't even start. the Pentagon, the Congress, the White House. We're all part of the problem. How did General Shriver go so fast? How did Admiral Rickover go so fast, building a nuclear submarine when he had to invent it out of whole cloth and put a nuclear reactor on it? And the nuclear reactor, when he started, was about the size of this building, and when he finished, it fit on a 20-foot submarine. And he did it in 5 years. How did they go so fast? Because the President of the United States looked at them and said, this is important to the country. You're in charge. If you don't do it, I'll find somebody else that will, and you have 5 years, but I'll give you the money you need. And I guarantee you, well, that's an unlimited check. We're never going to get unlimited checks. You know, there's no such thing as an unlimited check if you're done in 2 years. If you're done in 2 years, you stop paying people. If it takes 30 years, you're paying people for 30 years. The key to going fast and is to spend the money now when you need to spend it, and not defer costs, because then you just pay for the marching army. So we talked about the defense industrial base, the need to go fast. And then we talked about all the elements of integrated deterrence, which are whole of government, nukes, space, cyber, conventional. Big issues on conventional, as the panel said earlier. A nuclear conflict is going to most likely evolve out of a conventional conflict. Go back and read Schelling and Kahn again. You'll find it all there. It'll evolve out of that. So what's the best way to avoid a nuclear conflict? To deter the conventional conflict. To deter the conventional conflict, you have to have improved conventional forces. So we talk about what the improved conventional forces would be. We talk about how that structure would go. Now, what about space? You know, you saw the news this week about what Russia's doing in space. I'll just say that we've been watching Russia do that in space a long time. When I was the commander of Space Command, when General Raymond was commander of Space Command, we talked about the Russian threat, and we stated publicly all we could say, which was they're building weapons and putting them in orbit. All right, so when I saw Congressman Turner make the statement, release the intel, I'm going, it's a good idea, release the intel. I don't know specifically what he's talking about, but it's the same thing we had with the FOBs. Why does it take us? Is there any reason why people on this earth shouldn't know that a rocket took off out of Western China, went Western around the world and dropped off what's the downside of telling people that? I think we should tell everybody, every rocket we see that goes off the planet anywhere in the world. I don't know why we hold that classified. Is anybody in here surprised that we have the ability to take pictures of the earth from space? We still classify those pictures. You know, we take really good pictures. Did you know you can change the resolution on a picture? I don't know if you've seen that on your iPhone or not. You can, but somehow that's still classified. We're over-classified in so many ways. We need to normalize the classification. That doesn't mean declassify everything, for gosh sakes. We have to protect our sources method, protect the people that collect it. We have to do all those kind of pieces, but for gosh sakes, you know, if the only people that don't know about something are American citizens, let's tell them, okay? Because the Russians know about it, the Chinese know about it, the military knows about it. How about the American people? Let's let them know about it too. I think that's a good idea. So what do we say about space? We said, first thing you got to do in space is you need to build a resilient architecture in space. What is resilience, right? Because they were talking about resilience briefly on the last panel. Resilience is a deny benefit piece of deterrence. If you build a resilient architecture that's very difficult to attack, then if the enemy attacks it, they don't achieve their objectives, that's denying them the benefit. It's the same thing. If you build a resilient architecture, and I've had 3 presidents look at me as the commander of Space Command, then the commander of STRATCOM, then the vice chairman of the Joint Chief, and said, you've been saying we're going to build a resilient architecture for the last 10 years. Why aren't you building it? That's a bad question to get from the president, especially when you've been saying it for 10 years, then you're not doing it. Why aren't we doing it? Because the bureaucracy that we built likes to build big, fat, juicy targets. Now we're finally changing and we're moving, but we're slow. Do we have to be slow? Nope, we don't have to be slow. Look at Elon Musk. Look at Jeff Bezos. We don't have to be slow. This country still has the most innovative element that you've ever seen. So we talk about innovation in the report as well. And the other thing that we said, which was unbelievably controversial, but again, it's an unclassified document. You can look it up. And oh, by the way, we said the United States, for our space capabilities, should pursue offensive and defensive space capabilities. Anybody in this room wonder why that's so controversial? Because we said offensive capabilities. Guess what? If somebody puts a weapon in space, and I'll just say, looks like Russia just did, son of a gun, I would sure like to be able to defend myself. And we talk about defense across the board, and we move now into integrated air and missile defense. Oh, I don't think we want to go into integrated air and missile defense. Well, why don't you go to integrated? Somebody's going to shoot at us. I would like to be able to shoot back. Oh, no, that might destabilize the structure. If it's destabilizing the structure, why have Russia and China spent their entire gross national product on integrated air and missile defense over the last 20 years? Again, it's not about the Uyghurs and the Chechen rebels. They're building it for us. I would like to have some defensive capabilities for us. And oh, by the way, there's no way I'm going to defend against their entire nuclear arsenal, either Russia or China. It's impossible. So we don't say that, because that would be crazy. What we do say is we should pursue all kinds of technologies that are out there. As soon as we see something that works, we should pursue and deploy a defense as soon as possible against a coercive missile attack from China, Russia, or anybody else. What is a coercive missile attack? It's defined in the document. A coercive missile attack is just what Putin did at the beginning of the Ukrainian war. He said, hey, if this starts going bad, I'm going to use a small number of nuclear weapons to change the equation on the battlefield, and then even threatened to use a small number of nuclear weapons against the United States of America. And again, nobody pays attention. But you know what? If the small number of nuclear weapons are coming at us, I'd like to be able to shoot them down. I can't shoot down the thousands. That's what our strategic deterrent is all about. But I can shoot down one or two. How about we defend against that and take the coercive threat off the table so we can walk into it? Then we talk about cyber. And oh, by the way, Russia and China and other actors, Iran, North Korea, they're heavily involved in cyber. They're attacking us in cyber every day. They're feeding false information into the media cycle in the United States of America. How about we also, as part of our strategic deterrent, figure out a way to deny that? So we need to have defenses against missiles, against space, against cyber, and conventional. All of those pieces are part of denying the benefit to the adversary of what they're trying to do. And then you pile that on with our nuclear capabilities, which we talk about what we need. And where do we spend all our time on the nuclear capabilities talking about? We say, finish what we got, finish Sentinel, finish the bomber, finish the submarine, finish the weapons, make sure we have enough to do that. And then, for gosh sakes, invest in the critical nuclear infrastructure of this country, because it has fallen apart. If you go into the Department of Energy, if you go into the national labs, Los Alamos, Livermore, Sandia, Oak Ridge, wherever you want to go, you will see collapsing infrastructure. You'll see buildings from the Manhattan Project still there. The United States trails the world in the ability to produce a plutonium pit. North Korea, better than we are. How is that even possible to come out of my mouth in any topic at all? So we need to build that back up. We need to invest in that infrastructure. What do we need to invest it for? We actually say we don't know. But for gosh sakes, if the world doesn't go the way we want to, we better have invested in that infrastructure so we can actually move when we need to. And then we talk about arms control. Why do we talk about arms control? Because arms control is falling apart. Russia's violated every treaty known to man. They're basically out of the New START treaty already. They just violated the Outer Space Treaty. They're out of every treaty there is. There's no arms control treaties in the world. Why would we spend a significant amount of time talking about arms control? Because in the long term, that should be part of the solution. And guess what? If we do the deterrent right, if we create the right kind of deterrent where our enemies experience fear from our side, and oh, by the way, Schelling spends a lot of time in Arms and Influence talking about fear, because fear is a critical element of a deterrent. And when an enemy and an adversary fears you, they're more willing to come to the table and talk about a better world that's in all of our interests. And so that is, in the 27 to 35 time we're looking at, that is a future that is a real possibility. It looks hopeless right now, but it absolutely could be there. But it's not going to be there if we don't create the entire deterrent structure that we go through talking about. So you go back to Secretary Austin, an Army soldier, You know, I knew him at CENTCOM, so he was General Austin to me for a long time. It was hard to learn to call him secretary. Going to give a speech in the Pacific, his first major speech. And what does he choose to address? He's Army soldier, ground pounder, knuckle dragger. He addresses integrated deterrence. Because that is the most important thing we can do as a nation. Because that's how we maintain our security. And, you know, people say, well, how come the United States of America, how come the citizens don't understand that? You know, I actually want to be the citizen of a country where the people wake up in the morning and they go to work and they don't worry about this stuff. They go to bed at night and they sleep like babies. They sleep 8-9 hours because it's awesome. They wake up the next day to go to work and they don't think about this stuff. But somebody's got to think about it. Because if we don't, they won't be waking up. They'll be waking up to a different world. They'll be waking up to a world where the United States no longer provides that kind of construct. And I have kids and grandkids now, and they've all moved back to Colorado. They're all within an hour of my house. It's like the greatest thing that's ever happened to my wife and I. Everybody's around, along the 2 grandkids, Henry and Emmy, 3 and 1. And I just want them to grow up in this country, in this world, where they feel safe, where they can decide whatever the heck they want to do. In order for that to happen, good people need to wake up every morning, go to work, and try to figure this out. And the last hook is about Schelling and Kahn. So Thomas Schelling, Herman Kahn. Clearly, they were in the Department of Defense, right? Clearly, they were the strategic thinkers in the White House, right? No. Schelling was Harvard and Yale professor. Kahn was Rand and Hudson, really the founder of Hudson. The great thoughts came out of the universities and the think tanks. The deterrent theory of the 60s came out of the think tanks. And it was so good, we still look at it today. It was still good, we still study it today. And I recommended it to you, but I would hope that there's somebody at this university or at Harvard or Yale or Hudson or Rand that is doing this kind of work. I know Keith's doing it, so it's really not even fair to call him out in this room because he spent his whole life doing it. But we need that mass of intellectual power to be put against this problem so that Henry and Emmy can grow up in this world and not have to worry about this stuff because it's dangerous. So in my prepared remarks, I finished 3 minutes late. I apologize, but you made me back up to 2021, so it's your fault. But thank you very much.
So please send questions up this way. Admiral Richard and I will process them. And while you're getting that organized and they come in from online, let me lead us off, and then perhaps Admiral Richard will follow. You talk a lot about Schelling. I'm also kind of a Schelling fan as opposed to a Kahn fan. Both are pretty good, right?
Sorry, Keith.
But you know, a lot of Schelling, and you're alluding to this kind of throughout your talk, is about willingness to accept risk, right?
Yep.
The right kind of risk, the willingness to accept escalation, potentially, in order to prevent escalation. But we've got a military and policy apparatus that's often oriented around this sort of dueling orders that don't make much sense. Make it go away, make it better, but don't make it worse, right? What do we do about that in your view? How do we get to a place where we are actually willing to sort of take the scary risks that your talk is implying? Because this stuff, you know, you're talking about, hey, it's a dangerous world, it's a scary world. In a lot of ways, I think the reason people recoil from this is this feeling that, well, hold on, you're talking about making it scarier, right? And you're talking about making it scarier short term for a long-term payoff, which is what these kinds of Schelling-like models are all about. And so I wonder if you could just, given your long thinking on this and your policy experience and everything else, you could just expand on that a little bit.
So that's a perfect question. And just for the record, I didn't ask him to ask that question because I cut a part of my speech out when I went back to 21. I had to cut something out So I cut a piece out. That's the answer to that question. So it's genius. I think it's, again, history is very insightful. In the year 2000, I was in the Pentagon as a colonel, and the Pentagon in the year 2000 was in the midst of the quadrennial defense review, the 4-year defense review. And the 2000 quadrennial defense review made a fundamental shift in defense policy that has everything to do with what you just described. And up until the year 2000, and this is 9 years after the Cold War was over, 9 years after the wall came down, 10 years after the wall came down. So it is a different world, and in the speed of the Defense Department, it took us 10 years to figure it out. But we said in the document that the United States of America no longer faces any threats. As the world's lone superpower, we can therefore take our time and build the capabilities that we need to defend ourselves, and we will basically, it was implied, not specifically said, we will lower our risk tolerance and make sure we don't make mistakes. That was in our policy. I find it interesting in history because that's also the year that Vladimir Putin was elected president of Russia. And at almost the same exact time, he made a speech where he was newly inaugurated as the president, and he said, and oh, by the way, my first job is to defend and restore the motherland. The motherland is not the Russian landmass. It's the Soviet Union. It's Ukraine. And he started talking about Ukraine and Lithuania and Estonia and Latvia and the Baltics. And he started talking about all of those elements like he did the other night, which is just, it seems crazy to us. He started talking about that in 2000. And we just didn't listen. And we changed our risk tolerance from, we'll take risk, we'll go fast, we'll take risks, to, no, we can actually take the time now because we don't have any adversaries. 2006, he announced the development of all the nuclear weapons that were coming after us. 2010, in our nuclear posture review, the statement, I'll quote it to you, the statement was, Russia is no longer an adversary of the United States of America. The predecessor was, even though we still have our differences, Russia is no longer an adversary of the United States of America. In 2010, 4 years after they announced the development of all these novel nuclear weapons that are just now coming to fruition. So somehow, even though the development of those nuclear weapons must not have been against us. And we said we can continue to take our time. And then the last piece of this puzzle, where we can change it. Number one, you have to go back to a threat-based view of the world. That was the description of the remarks today. Eyes wide open, a threat-based view of the world, right? That's what we saw on the Strategic Posture Commission. That's what I'm hoping you see today. Open your eyes wide open. Once you understand the threat and it's a threat-based view, the threat is going to be there a certain amount of time. You only have a certain amount of time to go. You have a different risk tolerance. But we have to move. The policy of the Pentagon is still capabilities-based development. Don't take risk. How do we fall back behind in hypersonics? In 2007, we led the world in hypersonics. We had a scramjet engine that had been built, gosh, almost a decade before. That is the power of it. And DARPA had 2 tests, the Hypersonic Test Vehicle 1 and Hypersonic Test Vehicle 2, HTV-1 and HTV-2. The first one failed. What did the department and Congress do? Stop! 2 years of hearings, investigations, et cetera. Finally figured out what it was. Okay, we'll try again. HTV-2 fails, cancel the program. 2009, program canceled. We were leading the world. And we stopped because we had 2 failures. How many of those failures China had do you think are 200? A lot. One of my favorite paintings in the Pentagon is a picture of a single rocket launching at night, little bitty rocket in dark, and there's nothing on it but a gold plate, and the gold plate says, Discover 13. Why is it my favorite painting? Discover 13 was the first spy satellite that worked. Corona was on top of it. It worked, Discover 13. What happened to Discover 1 through 12? They all blew up or failed, every one of them. But they failed in 18 months. 12 failures in 18 months, and the 13th worked. And in HTV 1 and 2, 4 years of investigation, canceled the program because we had 2 failures. And oh, by the way, those hypersonic vehicles, one of them went halfway across the Pacific before it blew up. And that's really hard technology. So if you're doing something hard, you got to take the risk. But when you have a capabilities-based approach to it and you don't have any threats, take your time. Well, we have threats now, ladies and gentlemen. We need to change our risk tolerance. And then me, as a military officer, when I deployed in the Middle East, the last time was 2006, a long time ago, I would give orders to, I'll say, staff sergeants, E5s in the Army. They would get down to them. Those orders would allow them, using rules of engagement, to take human lives on a battlefield. To a 26-year-old kid from New Jersey. Full authority, don't have to ask anybody permission, but you have to follow the rules of engagement. I would submit to you that that is a more significant risk than anything that I just talked about. And we'll give it to a 26-year-old staff sergeant and we won't give a 4-star general the ability to make a decision about whether to proceed with the program or not anymore. That's nuts. All right, that's the 5 minutes I got.
Thank you, General.
John, to sort of illustrate this point, and I've heard you before very eloquently speak about getting operational risk back on par with programmatic and technical. Perhaps telling us about B-52 deployment to Greenland might be an example of where we made different decisions in the past about those two types of risk, and it might serve as a model for the future.
So I'm not going to call anybody out in here, but there are people older than you and me in the room, Chaz. So there may be somebody that remembers that day and age, because it's the early 1950s now, 1952. And the classified program was called Operation Blue Jay. Operation Blue Jay was out of Strategic Air Command. The commander at the time was Curtis LeMay. And because of the Soviet nuclear bomber problem, the Soviet nuclear bombers would come over the poles. They'd come over the North Pole, not the poles, but come over the North Pole to attack the United States. And so he realized he needed to build an air base as far north as he could possibly go. So he picked a place called Thule Air Base. They've just renamed it, so I don't remember the new name, but Thule Air Base, 600 miles from the North Pole, right up against the Arctic Circle, actually north of the Arctic Circle, probably 300 or 400 miles, right up against the polar ice cap, and there was a bay. And so he came up with a contract, and the contract specifications were as follows. I needed to build a 10,000-foot runway in this location. I needed to build 2 hangars big enough to handle B-47s and the coming B-52s, and I needed a town for 2,500 people. There's the contract. And oh, by the way, you're up by the North Pole. Kiewit Ceramics actually won the contract, now Kiewit Construction. Guess how long it took them from start to finish to deliver the capability? People say 2 years, 3 years, because you realize the port's, nope, 91 days start to finish. 91 days start to finish. And that runway lasted 60 years on the tundra of the polar ice cap. They had to invent a technology to put a runway on land that moved. And it lasted 60 years. When we had to close down his runway, as he was the commander of STRATCOM at Offutt, a 10,000-foot runway, that's a 12,000-foot runway, close enough, had to close it down for a year and a half while they repaired the runway. And they built an entire town and hangars and a runway on tundra in 91 days. So you can't tell me we can't go fast. You just have to hire somebody, let them go, and pay them. Guess what? Kiewit became rich. I have no problem with that. He did it. Now, if he'd have failed, he should be out of business. But he worked, so we'll give him the next contract. That's the way this country should work. So we can get back to it.
So one question here is, in the last year plus, has the U.S. at all improved its ability to detect, react, detect, and it says Chinese hypersonic missiles. We could probably broaden that to hypersonic missiles. Russia has them too.
Yeah. So that's a critically important piece, and the answer is no. So when I was a young officer, we had 2 radars in the south part of the United States, one at Robbins, Georgia, and one at El Dorado, Texas, and the radar faced south. Well, when the wall came down, as we were going forward, and we no longer had a threat, we tore those radars down. So we used to have, we can see hypersonics a little bit from space. We can see a little bit from the north where we have radars, but we can't see anything to the south. And that's because we intentionally created a hole because we had no threat. So do you think the rest of the world knows that we have created a hole? Well, apparently, since they just tested up through the hole, so we can see certain things, certain places, but what they demonstrated is a place where we can't see it.
And another one kind of broadening this conversation just a little bit is what concerns do you have related to non-state actors, right? How do those fit into our challenge and deterrent actions?
So the non-state actors create 2 concerns for me. One is about the security of our people, right? We have to protect our citizens, and non-state actors threaten our citizens. So we always have to be aggressively pursuing a non-state actor and understanding what that is. My second concern, though, is the opposite, is that non-state actors distract us from existential threats to our country. Because as bad as 9/11 was, as bad as the terrorist threat is, as bad as, and oh, by the way, remember my first point, we have to defend the citizens of America. No matter how bad they get, they can't threaten our existence. Russia and China can threaten our existence. That should be the first priority. So we have to do both. That's the challenge that we have. And we have the smallest military we've had in my entire lifetime. I mean, the United States Air Force, when I joined, was over twice as big as it is today. The airplanes that we had when I joined were an order of magnitude younger than they are today. Basically, the airplanes that we built my first 10 years in the Air Force, they're all the same airplanes we have today. We haven't modernized at all. The F-35 is now coming online. We're having trouble keeping it flying. We have to move effectively into the world that we face, and it needs to be a threat-based focused. If it's a threat-based focus, then 2 things happen. 1, you develop capabilities to counter the threat, and number 2, you do it at a pace that allows you to defeat the threat. And we can do that as a nation. Go to Silicon Valley, go to Cambridge, go up to Arlington. You will find the most innovative companies in the world. They're just not related to defense.
General, we're starting to run short on time. You mentioned older folks. I want to bring us out in closing to younger. You've had a storied career in leadership. This is a university. You've got access to some of our best students who are lurking around in the back of this room. I wonder if you might say a little bit about where you see their role in what you're describing as essentially a multi-generational project.
So I think it's probably instructive for me to describe just briefly what I'm doing now, besides giving speeches at UABA. So I've chosen to basically work for 3 for-profit companies and then a bunch of nonprofits. But the 3 for-profit companies are 2 space launch companies, Blue Origin and ULA, United Launch Alliance. They're competitors, by the way, and I get to help both of them succeed, which is a fascinating dynamic. Because I get to learn the inner workings of both companies that are competitors, and they trust me to make both of them successful, because guess what? If both of them are successful, the country's better off, and all the leadership understands that. That's amazing. But Jeff Bezos in Blue Origin also allows me to be the executive director for his STEM charity for kids. So I get to travel around the country, meeting young people, trying to encourage young people to enter into science and math, try to encourage young people to enter into the national security business, trying to get young people to understand there's a bigger piece than just making money, that life can be pretty darn good, but you're going to have to study hard. You're going to have to work really hard, and you can do some amazing things. And so part of my motivation to do that was to try to give back to a country that's given me everything. But what I found, it's like the coolest thing. What I found is they are so much smarter than I am. Oh my gosh. you guys are so much smarter than I was when I was your age. You know, I got to judge a competition at the Marshall Space Flight Center. And I got to sit next to Norm Augenstein. If you don't know who he is, look him up. You know, a legend in our business in so many ways. And we judged a space competition. And the competition was basically your job, starting at 8 in the morning, finishing at 4 in the afternoon, is to design, using the following components, rockets, infrastructure, et cetera, the first phase of the JW Marriott in space. We were staying at Hilton, which I never did understand, but first phase of a JW Marriott in space. And so we had this physicist who was the creator of the problem set, worked for 3 months, and he's been in our business for 40 years. He worked for 3 months coming up with the book answer on the best way to do it. And this group of kids from Edmond, Oklahoma, black, white, Asian, athletes, geeks, who have become best friends over the last 4 years competing in this, in an 8-hour period came up with a better answer than that physicist. And I'm sitting there grading it, and then I'm done grading it, it was clear who the winner was, and I spent 2 hours just walking outside trying to figure out, if I was given that problem, how would I answer it? And I could never get to the answer they came up with. It was genius. So the thing that gives me hope is the next generation is so much better than we were. But we just have to motivate them and not demotivating. So many things that we're doing now are demotivating. We talk about things that aren't important to them. You know, if you talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, I point out that, oh, by the way, that's in the Declaration of Independence. That's kind of what we were founded on. All men are created equal. Should have been all people are created equal, but everybody's equal in this country. And when we violate that, it demotivates the generations that we're trying to wake up. Because everybody should be created equal, not one over another, not one above another, not one special group. Everybody should be equal. That's what it's all about in this country. And somehow we miss some of the most fundamental things. But when you let the youth of America run, gosh, it's amazing what they do. So it does give me great hope for the future, for Henry and Emmy.
Thank you, General. We appreciate your comments.